and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 23rd session of the Senate, the first regular session of the 19th Congress, is hereby called to order. Senator Cynthia Villar will lead the chamber in prayer.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we praise and thank Thee for the countless ways You have blessed my colleagues and I as we perform our duties as public servants. Gracious God, before we proceed to our session today, allow us also a moment to offer a prayer for our farmers and fishermen. We thank You, Lord, for blessing us with men and women who continuously cultivate our land, nurture our livestock, head out to the sea to catch marine bounties, and continuously toil to produce healthy food that provide nourishment for the country. They have a tough vocation, at times exposed to uncooperative weather conditions or victims of a treasury system, or simply that their yield and earnings are way below the efforts they put in. Be with our farmers, O Lord. Bless them with a good harvest and income, and please watch over them, especially during the times they are in harm's way. Further, we beseech You, Lord, to make this Senate an instrument in ensuring that our farmers and fisher folks are respected, cared for, and compensated fairly for their work, that they give sustenance for all of us in the most basic way possible. All of this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, may please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 23 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 22nd Session, Monday, September 19, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us, Mr. President, the Mayor of Pagsanhan, Laguna, Mayor Cesar Areza, the guest of our Senate President, and this representation. Also guests of Senator Legarda, Lieutenant General Emmanuel Salamat, Executive Director of NDF-LCAC, DFA ASEC Ed Menez, guests of Senator Bongo, Philippine Netball Team, Club Pilipinas, that won the plate title in the 12th Asian Netball Championship in Singapore, led by its president, Dr. Charlie Ho, and Coach Angelina Pedilaga. Mayor Robin Tagle of Abukay, Bataan, Vice Mayor Richie David of Limay, Bataan, also guest of Senator Bongo. Guest of Senator J.V. Ejercito, Mayor of Placer, Masbate, Mayor Eusebio Dumuran, and former Vice Mayor Boy Celes of San Juan City. Guests of our dear colleague, Senator Alan Cayetano, and our Senate President, Congressman Jonathan Keith Flores of the 2nd District of Bukidnon. We welcome them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Welcome everyone to your Senate. Joint Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There is no objection to the motion. Secretary, please proceed.
Bills on first reading. Senate
Correct.
Number 1286, an act to protect Filipinos from the harmful effects of trans fatty acids, appropriating funds and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
For the Committees on Health and Demography, Trade and Commerce, Ways and Means and Finance.
1287, an act to designate September as Philippine Film Industry Month and mandate the Film Development Council of the Philippines to conduct events on various film-related disciplines during its celebration, appropriate funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Lapid.
For the Committees on Public Information, Mass Media and Finance.
1288, an act amending RA 8047, providing for the scanning and conversion of public school textbooks into e-books and other digital formats. Senator Lapid.
For the Committees on Basic Education, Science and Technology.
1289, an act to promote the accountability of social media websites and other similar online platforms and its members by requiring the submission valid proofs of identification as a precondition to membership. Senator Lapid.
Refer to Committees on Public Information, Science and Technology.
1291, establishing a national sex offender registration database and providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committees on Justice, Human Rights, Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Finance.
1292, establishing the Barangay Integrated Development Approach for nutrition improvement of the rural poor as a linkage program for all state universities and colleges and community colleges, and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
1293, adjusting the monthly pension and disability benefits of retirees of the Department of Foreign Affairs and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Government Corporations, Public Enterprises, Foreign Relations and Finance.
1294, promoting rural financial inclusion and literacy. Senator Estrada.
Committee on Social Justice, Banks and Financial Institutions.
1295, strengthening the national program for the elimination of tuberculosis, amending for the purpose RA number 10767. Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Health and Demography, Higher Technical Vocational Education, Ways and Means of Finance.
1296, criminalizing the creation and dissemination of fake news for the protection from online falsehoods and manipulation, amending for the purpose RA 10175 by Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Justice, Human Rights, Public Information, Mass Media.
1297, requiring the registration of subscriber identity module cards in mobile phones. Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committees on Public Service, Trade and Commerce, Entrepreneurship.
1298, recognizing the civil effects of church decreed annulment. Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Women, Children, and Family Relations.
1299, declaring March 7 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the island garden city of Samal, province of Davao del Norte, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. Senator Go.
To the Committee on Rules.
1300, protecting and promoting the rights to equality and non-discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, and religion. Senator Estrada.
Committees on Social Justice and Finance.
1301, establishing a special defense economic zone inside the Government Arsenal Defense Industrial Estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamao, Municipality of Limay, Province of Bataan, creating for the purpose Special Defense Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
For the Committees on Economic Affairs, National Defense, Ways and Means of Finance.
1302, increasing the penalties of deceptive, unfair, and unconscionable sales acts or practices, particularly in times of calamity, emergency, conflict, and distress, thereby amending RA 7394 by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Trade and Commerce.
1303, allowing remote notarization and amending RA 8792 and for other purposes. Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Trade and Commerce, Justice and Human Rights.
1304, urging the planning, evaluation, and promotion of banana for international export, establishing the Banana Export Development Council and providing funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Agriculture, Food, Trade and Commerce and Finance.
1305, establishing the Drug Price Regulatory Board to regulate the prices of drugs and medicines in the Philippines, amending for the purpose RA 9502 by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Trade and Commerce, Health and Demography and Finance.
1307, conferring the cadets of the Philippine National Police Academy the status of a government employee and granting them civil service eligibility and benefits and privileges. Senator Tolentino.
Referred to the Committees of Civil Service, Public Order, and Dangerous Trucks.
1308, providing for the International Commercial Arbitration Act of the Philippines. Senator Tolentino.
To the Committees on Justice, Human Rights, Trade and Commerce, and Finance.
1309, an act ordaining a Bill of Rights for taxpayers. Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committees on Ways and Means.
Resolutions. PS Resolution number 203, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the proposed national government reorganization plan. Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Civil Service, and Finance.
204, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the continuing reports of child online sexual exploitation, despite numerous laws safeguarding and affecting the rights of children. Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Women and Children, Public Order, and Dangerous Trucks.
205, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the proliferation of tech scams in the Philippines. Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Public Services.
206, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the reported rampant smuggling of agricultural products in the country, thereby causing great loss and harm to the economy, the local agricultural industry, and our farmers and fisher folks. Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Agrarian Reform.
207, directing the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and other appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry on the alleged increasing kidnapping incidents and recent spate of other criminal activities with the end in view of strengthening peace and order mechanism in the country. Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
Additional reference of business. Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 5 September 2022, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 925, declaring July 2 of every year as a special non-working holiday in Pasig City to be known as the Araw ng Pasig. House number 694, declaring June 20 of every year a special non-working holiday in Ginayangan, Quezon. 758, declaring June 21st of every year a special non-working holiday in Bayugan, Agusan del Sur. 2725, declaring November 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Oriental Mindoro. 2868, declaring October 22 of every year a special non-working holiday in Rosario, Cavite. 3961, declaring April 4 of every year a special non-working holiday in Antipolo, Rizal. 3962, declaring July 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in Bangbang, Nueva Vizcaya. 3963, declaring November 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Benguet. 3964, declaring July 28 of every year a special non-working holiday in Cabadberan City, Agusan del Norte. 3965, declaring July 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the Cordillera Administrative Region. 3966, declaring November 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Cuenca, province of Batangas. 3967, declaring June 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in Santa Maria, Davao Occidental. 3969, declaring March of every year a special non-working holiday in the island garden city of Samal, province of Davao del Norte. 3970, declaring November 3 of every year a special non-working holiday in Calibo, Aklan. 3971, declaring March 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of La Union. 3972, declaring February 21 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Marinduque. 3973, declaring August 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Naga, province of Camarines Sur. 3974, declaring August 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Samar. 3975, declaring July 31 of every year a special non-working holiday in Tangalan, Aklan. 3976, declaring December of every year a special non-working holiday in Verac, Catanduanes. 3977, declaring February 24 of every year a special working holiday in Zamboanga, Zibugay. 3978, declaring April 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Marikina, amending for the purpose RA 10788. Local government.
Yes, all referred to the Committee on Local Government.
And House number 3968, converting the municipality of Carmona in the province of Cavite into a component city to be known as the city of Carmona.
Refer to the Committees on Local Government, Electoral Reforms, and People's Participation. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Pampanga, our pinuno, Senator Lito Lapid, would like to seek the floor for a short manifestation, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized.
It is my honor and privilege to recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Pampanga, no other than Senator Lito Pinuno Lapid.
Ang haba naman yan. Nangawit na ako rito. Anyway, maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Nais ko lang po magpasalamat dito sa naipasang dito po sa aking batas na Republic Act number 9999 dito po sa pre-legal assistance na tinatawag na lapid law. Ayan. Unang-una po gusto kong pasalamatan ang ating dating Pangulo, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, na pag-aproba itong bill na ito upang maging batas. Noong 2010 pa po ito. Bali, naka-apat na presidente po bago naipasa. Ito pong IRR nito, ito pong Implementing Rules and Regulation. Unang-una po gusto kong pasalamatan si BIR Commissioner Laila Guillermo at ang Department of Finance si Benjamin Jokno para po sa pag-aproba ng Implementing Rules and Regulation. At unang-una po pinasasalamatan ko ang ating pinuno ng Senado, Meg Subiri po, maraming salamat po, at si Madjo Villanueva, maraming salamat po. At bilang sponsor po ng bill na ito ay wala po rito, si Francis
Senator
Escudero,
yes, Escudero.
at dating senador na ang ama ng ating si Edgardo Angara. Siya po ang tumulong sa akin noon, at Kiko Pangilinan para po masuportahan itong batas na ito. At lalong nagpapasalamat po ako dahil nabuksan po itong IRR na ito dahil po sa ating kapatid na magaling na kaibigan ko na si Senator Francis Tolentino. Maraming salamat po at naagarang naiba sa itong implementing rules ng aking pre-legal assistance. At sa aking mga kaibigan, mga artista, at tinatawag nilang apat na sikat, si Bong Revilla, Senador Bong Revilla, at Senador Robin Hood Padilla. Sila po ang naging number 1 nung nakaraan mga eleksyon. At ang pinakahuli, Senador Jenggoy Estrada. Ang sabi ko nga sa sarili ko, tinatanong ko, pag tinatawag ba kayo akong ex-convict? Pero hindi naman po sila ex-convict. Nakulong, kayong tatlo, di ba kayo nasasaktan? Sabi nila, hindi, sanay na kami. Kaya sabi ko, kung magkakakaso kayo uli, nandito po ang magliligtas sa inyo at susuporta ang lapid law.
Yan.
Pre-legal assistance para sa inyo.
Pre-legal assistance.
Yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Sana wag na po sila bumalik sa kulungan.
Naniniwala naman po akong walang kasalanan.
Opo. So, congratulations po, Senator Lapid. Yan po ay Lapid Law. At naalala ko po yung mga commercial mo na kung saan tinatanggal mo yung mga preso sa loob ng prisuhan. Yan. Sana mailabas ulit yan itong darating na 2025. So, Majority Leader.
Mr.
Maraming
President,
salamat, Pinuno.
we thank our dear colleague, the certified pinuno of this August chamber. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration on committee report number 3. This is the fiasco behind sugar order number 4. I so move, Mr. President.
There any objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader? If there is none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is that we close the period of sponsorship, and so now I move that we open the period of interpellations.
Yes. The status is we're in the period of amendments, interpellation rather.
Interpellations, Mr. President.
May we recognize a distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, the hardworking chairman of the committee on the Blue Ribbon Committee and Committee on Justice.
Yes, Mr. President, and to interpellate is the distinguished lady from Akbayan, our Deputy Minority Leader,
And
Senator
our
Risa.
Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is
Yes, Mr.
recognized.
President. Thank you.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Would the good chair accommodate some questions on the committee report?
Willingly, Mr. President, to the distinguished member of the minority, Akbayan, and the lady from Capiz, Panay, and the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, first of all, I would like to commend the chair for coming out with the committee report in timely fashion. Indeed, with the many issues of malfeasance, misfeasance, and non-feasance coming out that require the attention of our oversight functions, I appreciate the efficiency of the chair. I look forward to synergizing our efforts as we are bound by our common aspirations to hold public officials to the highest standards of conduct and to protect the public interest at all times. Hindi na po ako magpapaligoy-ligoy pa. I would like to proceed directly to my questions. Mr. President, I would like to quote from the committee report. Quote, "The SRA supply data and the preponderance of the evidence presented to the committee indicate that there may have been an actual sugar shortage or at the very least anticipated sugar supply shortfalls prior to the issuance of Sugar Order Number 4. Close quote. May have been, or at the very least anticipated sugar supply shortfalls. Hindi pa po sigurado? The good sponsor cited the data from the SRA monitoring unit, and I agree that that data is the best evidence of a shortfall. But alam po kaya, Mr. President, ng good chairman, na various government agencies, hindi lang po SRA, were already flagging the sugar shortfall. Mr. President, is the chair aware that as early as April 8, 2022, the National Economic Development Authority already flagged the limited supply and the high prices of refined sugar and declared that domestic production of refined sugar is not enough to meet the local demand. Ito po ay nasa liham ni then NEDA Secretary Carl Kendrick Chua kay dating Finance Secretary Carlos Dominguez, dated April 8, 2022. This letter was in response to a request for comments on the letter of Coca-Cola, highlighting the company's supply gap of 116,000 metric tons, Mr. President.
So, may we have the question?
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
if the pages referred to,
question-
averted to a while ago in the committee report, can we have that?
Mr. President,
Because
good
it's 75
chair.
pages.
Yes, I am referring to the quote from the committee report on the
Yes.
sugar supply data and the preponderance of the evidence presented to the committee prior to the issuance of Sugar Order Number 4, specifically, Mr. President, page 30. And as a counterpoint to that, and this is my first question, Mr. President, kung aware po yung good share na in fact, as early as April 8, 2022, NEDA already flagged the limited supply. Ito po ay nasa liham ni dating NEDA Secretary Chua, dated April 8, 2022, addressed kay then Finance Secretary Dominguez, pointing out a 116,000 metric ton supply gap ng iisang kumpanya pa lang, ang Coca-Cola, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I affirm the contents of page 30 of the committee report, though I might not be aware of the letter addressed to Secretary Dominguez, which was not part of the committee report and was never discussed during the committee investigations, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, good share, and which I am bringing to the attention of this august chamber dahil Ibig sabihin po, Abril pa lang, sa iisang kumpanya pa lang na Coca-Cola, meron na po silang hina-highlight na supply gap na 116,000 metric tons. At ito po ay pinansin na ng dating NEDA Secretary Chua sa kanilang sulat kay dating Finance Secretary Dominguez. Abril pa lamang po,
We,
5 months before, Mr. President.
if the purpose of the good member of the minority is to put forward an official letter with a presumption of regularity after the submission of the committee report, we would note that in conjunction with what is contained in page 2 of the NEDA, likewise, which traces the prominent role of the sugar industry in the Philippine economic history. So all of this will have to be pieced together, and if the purpose of the gentle lady is to have this as part of the report, perhaps in the period of amendments, we can incorporate that if indeed the purpose is to establish that there was a sugar shortage, which the report affirmed that there indeed was a sugar shortage. It might be a surplusage, or it might corroborate existing documents made part of this report, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I thank the good chair sa kanilang sinabi na ino-note nila itong sulat pointing out 116,000 metric ton supply gap of just one company months before the events leading up to the sugar order number 4 noted earlier already by then serving government officials na inaasahan ko nga po pagdating sa period of amendments and even during the course of this period of interpellation na yung ganito pong mga nire-raise ko po nitong representation will indeed corroborate not only that there may have been a shortfall or that there was an anticipated shortfall, but that there was already an actually existing. Hindi lang po probable or possible, pero actually existing supply shortage already, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, but then again, I reiterate that
Sponsor.
this was never discussed, never brought up during the committee, several committee hearings, hours of committee hearings, when the, with all due respect, the minority leader had the chance to produce the said document. But then again, if the purpose is to establish the veracity of sugar shortage contained in the committee report, it might be the wish of this committee to note the said document coming from NEDA.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. What was presented during the hearings was yung SRA data of the past 3 crop years at yung mga resolution ng lahat ng mga stakeholders sa sugar industry confirming na may pangangailangang mag-import at halos lahat nila confirming that the supply gap was in the magnitude of 300,000 metric tons. Kaya yung pa lamang po, sapat na po sana sigurong sabihin na there was an actual sugar shortage. Hindi lang po may have been. Pero kung kulang pa sa atin noon yung SRA data of the past 3 crop years at yung mga resolution ng mga sugar industry stakeholders, eto po, let's go back even further to connect further and consistent dots na mula Abril pa lamang ay meron na pong supply gap na pinunana ng ating mga government officials noon. Kaya ito po ay bahagi, kumbaga, binavalidate na rin yung sinasabi ng SRA sa kanilang data of the past 3 crop years. And by the way, Mr. President, good sponsor, nothing precludes members of the committee from raising new points in plenary if pertinent to the report, as this representation so believes, and consistent na rin po dun sa ibang mga puntong ni-raise namin sa minority report. Mr. President, good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may
Yes,
react.
Mr. I mean, good
If
sponsor.
we if you look at the transcripts, Mr. President, the good Senate President, who is here almost 2 meters from me, delivered a passionate reiteration of his privileged speech that there were several warehouses visited, raided. And the last one was during our last hearing, wherein 400,000 sacks of sugar in Nasugbu, Batangas was were uncovered on the same day, Mr. President. So the word, if the question here is why the word may, that was used in the context of contemporaneous events, Mr. President. And if the good gentle lady would recall, during the investigations, this representation was the one who brought out the possibility of perhaps there was indeed no consultations made with the stakeholders. Why? We were able to establish that, and this is a scientific fact, that there was an earthquake. There was an earthquake July 27. And the first job of the official dam of the Department of Agriculture was to attend NDRIMC meetings. The President, as Concurrent Secretary of Agriculture, went to Abra, July 28. And this representation raised the point, how come DA, through Yusek Sebastian, was not able to attend any NDRIMC meeting, and yet they were busy with consultations. No consultations were made and established physically, because most of them were saying that they just signed documents, resolutions of support. In fact, there was an insinuation that by Mr. Lamata that he was just made to sign a resolution of support. So what was attributed to a while ago by the lady from Panay probably came from the statements of several SRA officials pointing to a consultation meeting, stakeholders meeting, which never took place. Mr. President. So we were able to establish that because of the confluence of events from an earthquake of July 27 to the date of the supposed to be consultation meeting on July 28. After a few days, DA officials were busy. Lahat po tayo busy. Lahat ng gobyerno busy to respond to that earthquake.
Mr. President, good sponsor, I will return at the end of my interpellation to one of the points raised by the good chair on how much imported sugar has been confiscated and perhaps auctioned off after the raids. But to the immediate points he raised in his recent response to my previous question, were there indeed no consultations? It was also heard by the committee that despite the aftermath of the July 27 earthquake, mayroong pong itinaos na konsultasyon, not July 28 as mentioned by the good chair, but in fact July 29. At kasunod po nun, lahat ng mga stakeholders, and these documents were submitted to the committee as part of the evidence. Lahat po ay humabol dun sa deadline na August 2 to 3 ng kanilang mga rekomendasyon. Even the UNIFED, which is led by Mr. Lamata.
Yes,
At lahat po ng mga resolusyon, nakalagay po doon na sinusuportahan ang pag-import at iba't ibang slightly different numbers ang inirekomenda, pero karamihan would gravitate around the magnitude of 300,000.
I agree, Mr. President. Perhaps we differ on the meaning of consultation. Consultation is to ask the other person, the other end, whether you are in agreement or disagreement. What transpired, Mr. President, was the mere submission of resolutions. And as stated, it was August 1, August 2, August 3. No event took place. There were no minutes submitted to the committee as to the consultative meeting that allegedly took place 29 July, Mr. President. Perhaps there were post hoc resolutions submitted to support the plan to have SO number 4 to have a sugar import plan, but in terms of a consultation similar to what is happening right now. We are in a hall. We can talk. We can debate. There was no virtual consultation made. There was no face-to-face consultation made. Even, Mr. President, the dates provided by the distinguished lady, this would show the different responses. August 1, August 2, August 3. So how can you have a consultation on ongoing consultation on various dates? So, Mr. President, we were never able to establish a consultation. But be that as it may, I think this will just point to the preliminaries that what happened before the crafting of SO4 were all done by 3-4 persons in haste without the presence of other individuals in a consultative manner, Mr. President.
Mr. President, good sponsor. Babalikan po natin yung mga puntong iyon one by one as I interpolate. Let me just go to my second question. Mr. President, in addition to that, yung unang pinag-usapan po natin, good sponsor, na sulat ni dating Sec Chua kay dating Sec Dominguez, April earlier this year. Is the good chair aware that in the June 7, 2022 meeting of the Economic Development Cabinet Cluster meeting, the recommendation made was actually to import 450,000 metric tons of sugar from Thailand and Brazil. And even with the recommended 450,000 metric tons of imported sugar combined with 450,000 metric tons of domestic sugar, there is still a supply deficit of 74,000 metric tons of raw sugar. So, Mr. President, is the good chair aware of this?
Mr. President, I reiterate again, the good gentle lady never brought this to the attention of the committee during the several hearings we conducted. This just came out today, Mr. President. I could not even read that. But, Mr. President, we're giving a presumption of regularity here. This was never tackled during the Blue Ribbon investigations. We were never able to have this document as part of the exhibits. We were never able to show this to the former Sugar Regulatory Agency officials. So if this is a newly discovered evidence, it has to be placed in the right perspective. Ano po ang gusto palabasin? Ang gusto pong palabasin, may shortfall. We agree. Ang gusto pong palabasin, meron document noong June which we were never able to verify, although again we grant a presumption of regularity here, and this was never discussed. This was never, I don't know if the rules will permit us to overhaul the mark evidence exhibits which were never shown during the committee hearings. Otherwise, Mr. President, I might be able to raise a point of order here. The committee report is the one that is supposed to be tackled here. Although the notion of sugar shortage is germane to the committee report, the document being presented virtually was never part of the committee investigation. So, Mr. President, it would be highly irregular for this representation to discuss something which was not part of the committee investigation wherein the gentle lady from Panay participated intensively, and we appreciate her participation. So if there will be other documents that will be shown, perhaps it would be tantamount to having another committee hearing when we have already adjourned, Mr. President, weeks ago. And in fact, the submission of the committee report and the 2-day rule to submit a minority report or a dissent for that matter would encapsulate the rule that everything would have to be there. So extrinsic matters not part of the committee report, not part of the investigation, although germane, especially when it refers to documents, probably would be beyond the purview of this representation's knowledge. So the questions and the succeeding questions would be to ask me if I am aware. Mr. President, my continuing answer is that I am not aware because this was never presented, Mr. President.
Mr. President, good sponsor, with all due respect to the good chair, if the chair were to raise a point of order on this matter, with all due respect, as a member of the Blue Ribbon Committee, it would be out of order because this is not yet possibly this is not yet our final committee report. Kaya nga po ini-interpellate natin. Kaya nga po pagkatapos nitong period of interpellation, dadako po tayo sa period of amendment in order to come up with the final committee report. Kaya nga po nagko-content kami mula sa minorya to present yung mga punto ng aming minority report para sa konsiderasyon. Hindi lamang ng good chair, pero ng lahat pa po ng mga colleagues dito sa Senado. All committee reports are up for debate in plenary and indeed subject to amendment by the body. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa good chair for conceding that may shortfall. He agreed that there was a shortfall. And that these documents that I am asking the good chair about in interpellation of the draft committee report are germane. Para sa akin po, it should have been enough
Mr.
to
President,
establish the shortage, to say even in the committee report what the chair has now said, that there was my shortfall, sang-ayon ang chair doon. But since the draft committee report has not yet stated that, andun pa lang siya sa may have been a shortage, kaya nga germane itong mga dokumentong ito to show what this representation believes is already established by the SRA data of the past 3 crop years at yung mga resolusyon ng mga stakeholders, just to continue connecting the dots even in the earlier months, even from the previous administration. So, I correct myself, Mr. President, good chair, the committee report is not a draft.
yes.
It is
yes.
not yet
I
adopted
was supposed
by this
to
august chamber.
respond, Mr.
Yes,
President,
Mr.
because
President, it's not yet
15
adopted.
members signed
So
this committee
subject,
report.
yes, Mr. Chair, I have corrected myself, Mr. President, but it is not yet adopted by the Senate. Kaya nga po, nag-i-interpellate pa po tayo, papasok pa po sa period of amendments. Kaya po, pinepresenta po nitong representasyon, itong mga dokumento as germane, as said by the chair, in the period of interpellation, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may react quickly.
Please proceed.
If we will allow the presentation of new documents to support the contention of the lady from Panay, what would prevent another member of the Blue Ribbon Committee? Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. What would prevent another member of the Blue Ribbon Committee to present the testimony of witnesses? How would you balance the scale between a documentary evidence and testimonial evidence? Will we allow here in the plenary, as we discuss the committee report, the presentation of witnesses who will support Undersecretary Sebastian, who will rebut the testimony of Mr. Serapica? So will now be discriminating against the testimonial evidence if we will allow the presentation of documentary evidence, Mr. President? So will we allow now the presentation of witnesses here in the plenary, Mr. President, after we have submitted the committee report? Because we are now, if we will accept additional documentary evidence, we might as well accept testimonial evidence. We might as well recall Yusek Sebastian and the entire SRA board here. So this will be an unending investigation, Mr. President. Can we have a ruling on that, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, thank you to the good chair for his generosity, but in point of fact, for the record, this representation is not planning to present new witnesses in plenary. For the record, Mr. President. And by the way, Mr. President, good chair, As the chair asked earlier, these documents were only given to me after the termination of the investigation. At siguro naman ay pwede pa rin po silang siyasatin in this period of interpellation, Mr. President.
May we have a ruling, Mr. President? Will we allow the presence of additional witnesses?
I am not going
In
to
the-
present any, Mr. President. Good chair.
Yes, we will just suspend for a minute, Your
Yes, Mr.
Honors, with
President.
your indulgence.
Yes, Mr. President.
The session is suspended for a minute.
continue, Mr. President, and I think cooler heads will prevail in this August chamber. We would like to acknowledge and welcome some guests from the gallery, guests of our dear colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, Congressman Faustino D. the Fifth of Isabela, 6th District, our good friend, and Mayor Alisa Sheena P. Tan of Santiago City. Also guest of Senator Nancy Binay is the Governor of Siquijor Province, Governor Jake Villa. We welcome and acknowledge their presence, Mr. President.
We'd like to put on the record that this is the real governor of Siquijor and not the one that was trying to extort money from me. This is the real governor. Welcome. And of course to Nino, Congressman Nino D. and the wife, the lovely mayor of Santiago Isabela, Mayor Alisa Sheena Tan. Welcome to your Senate, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, Mr. President. To continue the interpellation, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino, our chairperson of the Committee on
Yes.
Blue Ribbon, and the distinguished lady, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized together to interpellate once again Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. In starting out again, Mr. President, for the record, good chair, there's nothing in the rules that prevent discussing new evidence germane to the issue in plenary. And in any case, Mr. President, I'm not presenting this to the Blue Ribbon. I'm presenting this to the plenary as a member of plenary. And in any case, public interest and the public's right to know should prevail. I would have asked also, but will no longer. I'll just make of record that in fact also, Mr. President, good chair, as late as September, so just this month, in fact, while we were in the middle of our investigations, the DOF submitted to the President a memo recommending the following volumes to be imported: 150,000 metric tons raw, 200,000 metric tons refined, and 200,000 metric tons bottle grade. For the record, Mr. President, and the reason po, Mr. President, good chair, why it's extremely important to remove any cloud of doubt that there is in fact an actual and not just anticipated but an actual shortage is because there is so much at stake. Mayroon pa pong mga kabuhayan na nakasalalay. Kahapon lamang o nung isang araw lamang na September 18, 2022, nireport po na bukod pa sa mga planta ng coke sa Davao, Cavite, Zamboanga at Camarines Sur ay may temporary shutdown na din po sa Bohol at sa Iloilo ng mga planta ng coke. So, if this is all just a big conspiracy to create an artificial shortage para makapag-import, makapag-tongpats, magsasara ba ang coke ng planta? So moving, Mr. President, in the remaining time to my next set of questions, this has to do with the supposed liabilities of former Yusek Sebastian et al. Hindi ko na po iisa-isahin ang badges of good faith that we enumerated in the minority report. I would just like to ask some clarificatory questions with respect to the crimes the committee report says that Yusek Sebastian et al. Have committed. So una po, Mr. President, good chair, on the violations of Republic Act number 3019 or the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. The committee report said, and I want to zero in on the claim that the named officials gave private parties unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference in the discharge of their functions, thus violation of RA 3019. Sabi po ng committee report, quote, "The law does not require that the benefits were actually received or enjoyed. What matters is that it is unwarranted and has been actually given." Close quote. I agree with this legal theory, but I want to ask, hindi po ba August 10 nilabas ang SO4 and on the very same day, Admin Serafica stopped the publication of the order in the Philippine Daily Enquirer and the UP Law Center? Hindi po ba, Mr. President, good chair?
I agree, Mr. President. But indeed, there was a website publication, and you know for a fact that a digital publication, even in seconds, would reach thousands, if not millions, of recipients, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. And in addition po to that website application, which was after the President's order not to proceed with SO4 was also taken down, in fact, tinigil din po ni dating Admin Serafica yung publication ng order sa Philippine Daily Enquirer at binawi yung pagpapa-archive nito sa UP Law Center. August 10 din mismo. Parehong araw na nilabas ang SO4, parehong araw na binawi po ito. And I would like, Mr. President, to draw the Chair's attention to Section 13 of SO4. Nakasulat po doon, this order shall take effect after 3 days. After 3 days from filing with the Office of the National Registrar, UP Law Center, Diliman, Quezon City. So, Mr. President, if there were benefits, they could only be technically enjoyed on August 13th. 3 days after August 10, at which point the SO had long been already withdrawn. And lastly, Mr. President, good sponsor, on this point, just to quote Justice Kagiwa in his concurring opinion in the 2020 case of People versus Bacaltos, which also involved a violation of number 3, letter E of RA 3019, quote, the court should refrain from interpreting laws without heed to its practical consequences. The court will effectively discourage individuals from joining public service. Secondly, Mr. President, good chair. Dito naman po sa RA 10845 o yung Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Law, is the good chair of the belief that actual smuggling of agricultural products is not necessary for the crime to be consummated? Mr. President.
So I have two questions before me, Mr. President, which would be the order of answering the first question, the second question.
Good chair, Mr. President. Just the first question is just a confirmation na parehong nung AGIS ng Agosto na inilabas ang SO4 ay tinigil na rin po ang publication nito, website man o sa print newspaper at binawi ang archiving po nito sa UP Law Center.
If I may respond, Mr. President, the sugar order was already published in the website of the law center, although it was taken down, Mr. President. On the same date, that was the gist of the question. The element of actual damage, Mr. President, under Section 3E of Republic Act 3019, Mr. President, under Season versus People 614 SCRA 670, the element of damage is not required for a violation of this. The mere fact that the sugar order has been released, even for a short time, the offense has been consummated, Mr. President. The publication is just a mere procedural requirement for the effects, Mr. President. And the requirements that it is not required, Mr. President, that unwarranted benefits have been actually received or enjoyed, Mr. President. The fact that unwarranted benefits were given because even for a few seconds, perhaps there would be prospective importers who might be apprised, considering that this was published in the SRA website, clearly indicates, Mr. President, that an offense has been consummated. Nevertheless, Mr. President, what the items raised, Mr. President, are matters for the defense, Mr. President. This is precisely part of the committee report that what we tried to establish, Mr. President. One, there was a violation of Republic Act number 3019, Section 3A, relative to corrupt practices of public officers. If they are of the belief that there was no intention to persuade, induce, influence, among others, it's up for the court, Mr. President, to determine the validity of their defense. What the Blue Ribbon Committee did, Mr. President, was really to establish based on the factum probandum, Mr. President. The evidence established that these are the violations of the officials named, Mr. President. To the second question, Mr. President, if
Mr. President,
Yeah.
good sponsor, before the good sponsor moves on to the second question, indeed, siguro this is a matter for a court to decide. Pero kahit hindi po ako abogado, it would seem commonsensical na for a crime to have been committed will also take time and space. Kung sa parehong araw, ibinaba yung publication at yung archiving at hindi pa operative yung shall take effect 3 days after 3 days from filing, then hindi ko ma-imagine kung anong krimen ang maaring i-contemplate din ng isang korte, with all due respect. It's not matters of the defense if it's only of the defense if it's in the committee report. The entire committee report, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, good sponsor, is open to scrutiny. So yes, good sponsor, to the second question, the question there is, were benefits given if the SO only came into force on August 13? Were any benefits given?
Yes, Mr. President. Even for a few seconds, Mr. President, having published in the website, your text, your digital message can reach millions. And if there are prospective bidders, importers on the lookout, there is a great possibility, probability that they can knowingly prepare the documents that would be needed for the consequential importation. And that's related, Mr. President, to the violation of 108, Republic Act 10845, Mr. President. So all of this, Mr. President, if you tie up all of this, would point that indeed the violations are not just for RA 3019, but to the other laws mentioned, specifically the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of RA 10845 and the other laws mentioned in the report, Mr. President, including Article 177 of the Revised Penal Code.
Mr. President, good sponsor, again, hindi ko po ma-imagine kung papaano ang isang di umanong krimen which may only be committed after 3 days after filing ay maaring makonsummate within the span of a few seconds na naka-archive at naka-upload at naka-hinahanda for printing. But I will have to leave that factual disagreement with the good chair for now, Mr. President. Kasi sobrang stretch of the imagination po para sa akin, let alone with all due respect, I think any reasonable court. Secondly nga po, Mr. President, good sponsor, dito sa RA 10845. So is the chair of the belief that actual smuggling of agricultural products is not necessary for the crime to be consummated? Sinabi ko na po kanina, Mr. President, again, perhaps it's a question for our courts, but just for the to further remind the good chair and for information of all the colleagues in our august body, the relevant provision of RA 10845 actually puts a value of a minimum of 10 million pesos for rice and 1 million pesos for sugar, corn, pork, poultry, at iba pa for the crime to proceed. So it seems to me lang naman po, Mr. President, good chair, that what the law contemplates is an actual smuggling. Kasi nga po, paano mo kikwentahin ang 1 milyon kung hindi natuloy? So ito po yung point na sinisubukan kong i-draw out, Mr. President, good sponsor. What actually happened? And that is realistically possible to happen in the realm of reality. Moving forward, Mr.
Can I reply, Mr.
Yes,
President?
Mr. President.
So the gentle lady perhaps is aware of Section 3D of RA 10845, the act of assigning, consenting, allowing the use of import permits by other person, quote unquote, Mr. President. So that was precisely the wording, that violative phrase was inserted in SO4. Ano pa ba ho yung hinahanap natin? That phrase was not included in SO3, SO2, but to the surprise of everyone, that wording was included in SO number 4, among others, including the removal of the performance band. So, Mr. President, I used this term yesterday, scienter. It's still in the journal. That intent to do something against the law was there. Whatever reaction the executive branch did after it was known and taken down or aborted or declared illegal, it was already accomplished because it was already been made part of SO4, Mr. President, published, Mr. President. So you have that intent to do something wrong, violative of RA 10845, the act of assigning. So the person liable, whoever drafted that, admittedly as part of the records, it was Mr. Serafica, signed by the other board members, committed an offense, Mr. President. They violated the Large-Scale Agricultural Smuggling Act, which is an economic sabotage, Mr. President. Kung hindi po nahuli ito, Mr. President, kung hindi po ito na booking at hindi na declare illegal or aborted, palagay ko iba na ho yung pinag-uusapan natin ngayon. So the mere fact that it was nipped in the bud would not exculpate from any liability whoever crafted and drafted this and made this as part of the official acts of the Sugar Regulatory Administration, Mr. President. Ang ibig sabihin pa ho, pag yung dinisapprove ay yung gumawa ng masama, ay wala ng kasalanan. May pagkakaiba ho yung mala ense and mala prohibita, Mr. President. So, I think I have answered this, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, good share. I think it's kasing sama ng kung palalampasin ng Blue Ribbon or ng Senado ang anumang aktual na misfeasance, malfeasance, nonfeasance. Kaya nga po, may Blue Ribbon tayo. Kasing sama po nun, kung i-insist natin na mayroong krimeng naganap, kung maaring wala. Yun po yung ini-exhaust kong mga posibilidad. Halimbawa po, yung valuation of 10 million for sugar is actually in Section 3 of RA 10845. It's the heading of the provision. In a few seconds na naka-upload sa website or hinahanda para sa publication or in-archive sa UP Law Center, nakaagad within that day binawi, the importer cannot import. Those are the main responses I want to make at this point, Mr. President, to the response of the good chair. Secondarily, yung although this was not part of my question, yung binanggit ng good chair about assigning, I believe it's in another part of the committee report, that may properly be done given proper documentation. At if I remember correctly from that other part of the committee report, which I'm not interpolating at this point in time, in fact, merong 78 ba yun na authorized entities kung kanino lamang pwedeng i-reassign kung sakali. At yung performance bond, it's also in another part of the committee report na hindi ko ini-interpolate ngayon. We saw that there were previous sugar orders na wala ring performance bond for various reasons. So itong assigning, itong kawalan or kakulangan ng performance bond ay hindi rin mga tatak na may krimen na naganap, dagdag po doon po sa sinabi ko na walang panahon, walang oras ni isang baka wala ni isang oras na dumaan within which maaring maganap ang ganitong krimen na mayroong peso price na itinatakda ng anti-agricultural smuggling law na hindi nga maikwenta dahil wala pong ganyang naganap. Walang 3 days pa na dumaan after printing kung saan pwedeng may binigyang pabor o pribilehiyo o kung ano man. If I may, Mr. President, good chair, on the supposed offense now of violation of Article 177 of the revised Penal Code or usurpation of official functions, ang sabi po ng committee report, quote, in the case of Yusek Sebastian's signing of Sugar Order Number 4, he affixed his signature together with the word, quote, for, close quote, which indicates a clear attempt to write for and on behalf of the President, who was Secretary of Agriculture, without specific legal authority to do so, close quote. Does the good chair agree with me, Mr. President, that good faith is a defense in criminal prosecutions for usurpation of official functions, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I reiterate again that for matters of defense, it has to be brought in the proper forum. And to put this in the proper perspective, the role of the Blue Ribbon Committee is merely to recommend that a formal investigation be commenced by the Office of the Ombudsman or whatever appropriate body is there to investigate, and that the finding of guilt will only be made by a court of competent with competent authority and not the Blue Ribbon. So, if the question of the interpellator refers to the authority of the Blue Ribbon to find guilt, probably that's misplaced.
Yes, it would be misplaced, Mr. President, if that was my question. Pero hindi po yun ang tanong ko. I understand what the good chair has said, that it is the court who would make such a finding. Nga lamang po, this representation, bilang hindi po ako abogado, ay tinatanong ko lang po yung legal opinion ng good chair. Is good faith a defense in criminal, hindi sa harap ng Blue Ribbon, in criminal prosecutions for usurpation of official functions? Depensa po ba yung good faith or hindi po, Mr. Chair?
It can be used, Mr. President, as a defense, but then again, the act of usurpation of authority, again, I go back to the novel term I mentioned last night, refers to the act of knowingly and falsely representing oneself as an officer with an authority to sign. So, knowingly, that is the scienter. There is an intent, Mr. President. So, if you have a defense of good faith, you have to show that you signed that without that knowingly. So, how can you do that? When you sign, your affixation of the signature is a known positive act, an overt act of doing something to claim that position. I don't want to belabor that point, but if Yusek Sebastian or the other persons would want to utilize the defense of good faith, nothing will prevent them from so doing.
Salamat, Mr. President, good chair. Siyempre, kung knowingly at falsely minirepresent ang sarili, kontra doon yung good faith defense na sinabi naman po ng chair, it can be used. It can be used, and knowing that you don't have the authority, not knowing that you sign. So yung sapat na po sa akin, Mr. President, na sinabi ng chair na good faith can be used, as the good chair said, can be used as a defense in criminal prosecution. And like I said also earlier, Mr. President, good chair, I will not debate the factual question of whether or not Yusek Sebastian had criminal intent. Malinaw po sa aking isip, although others may of course disagree, that just taking all the circumstances together, the fact that there was a July 15, 2022 memorandum granting him authority to sign, the fact that there was no opposition from the executive to import 300,000 metric tons of sugar when it was first broached, and the fact that the SRA board is a collegial body and the signature of the DA secretary is actually technically not required to issue a sugar order, there is enough to sustain a finding of good faith. Ang mahalaga lang po talaga sa akin, Mr. President, ay nasabi po ng good chair at nailagay po natin on the record that indeed, good faith is a defense in Article 177 of the revised Penal
Mr.
Code.
President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Just point of order. Can we have that slide replaced because people might misconstrue that as the one being acted upon. There's a slide posted here which has been there for the last 30 minutes or so, Mr. President. Thank you to the Secretariat. Mr. President, to clarify it once and for all. It can be a defense. However, when all the elements of the offense under Article 177 are present, good faith is negated. So there are 4 elements under 177. Offender may be a private or public officer. Pasok. Offender performs any act pertaining to a person of authority or public officer of the Philippine government or any of its agencies or foreign government. Pasok. Number 3, offender performs the act under the pretense of public function. Hazy. Number 4, offender performs the act without being legally entitled to do so. Dito po sa number 4, siguro po kinulang yung 4th element, so good faith can be negated. Mr. President, ang dami po nating testigo noon, kabilang po yung dating executive secretary, na sinasabi naman niya, hindi naman talaga siya, bagamat nandun sa Memorandum 15, yung pagpirma niyang yon ay hindi siya inauthorize pa ng executive. Ganon din po yung perception ni na Mr. Serafica at ni na Mr. Valderrama at Attorney Beltran na ang akala nila ay authorized nga, kaya nagpirmahan din sila. So, the elements, all the elements should be present, but here we have element 3 and 4 which are on the borderline. So good faith can be negated, Mr. President.
Mr. President, good sponsor. Well, I see the majority leader maybe approaching, but for the record, before this may be suspended for today, Mr. President, good sponsor. For the record, akala ko hindi po lilitisin tulad ng isang korte. Wag naman po sana po ang aking hiling, wag naman po sana nating sabihin na good faith can be negated. Minsan po, kapag po yung mga posibleng inosente ay inaakusahan ng mga krimen na posibleng hindi naman nila ginawa, minsan po, Mr. President, good faith na lang yung huling depensa nila. At wag naman po sana nating ipagkait yon sa kanila dahil nga sabi ng good share din, Mr. President, hindi po tayo korte. Sapat na po sana iwan natin na good, yung sinabi po ng chair kanina na aking ipinagpapasalamat na good faith can be used as a defense dito sa Article 177 ng revised Penal Code. As I said a few times, Mr. President, in the course of this initial interpellation, I'm not a lawyer, so I do not wish to belabor these legal points, but I do this because of a more critical point I'd like to make as an advocate for Filipino consumers and Filipino workers. This disproportionately punitive response by the executive against civil servants like Yusek Sebastian produces a chilling effect and discourages officials from acting with dispatch on issues as critical as prices and supply of important household commodities. At pag ganito po, Mr. President, ang talo po dito ang mamamayang Pilipino. Mr. President, good sponsor.
Mr. President, just a quick reaction that the element number 4 never came from me. It's part of People versus Uy, GR 248-566, August 4, 2021. a decision of the Philippine Supreme Court, Mr. President. And I, as an additional reply, Mr. President, kaya nga po tayo nagbibigay ng ngipin sa pagbibigay ng rekomendasyon na mayroong maimbestigahan at parusahan para patunayan sa ating mga kababayan na hindi naman tayo nagiging lax sa ating oversight function at meron pa rin batas na dapat sundin. Kung lahat po ay tayo ay maaawa at patatawarin na lang natin lahat, ay wag na po tayong baka pumayag si Senator De La Rosa na dating Bucor, tanggalin na yung mga padlock sa piitan. Kung kaawaan na natin lahat. So kailangan po yung dapat parusahan.
Mr. President, good sponsor, definitely hindi po awa ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin, katotohanan at kambal nun, hustisya. Salamat, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of our two colleagues, may we recognize our Senate President who wants to interject, Mr. President?
Maybe I can interject because if I may be allowed to interject, because that was the speech that I made and that was the source of the investigation of the Blue Ribbon Committee. With due respect to the members of the minority and of course with respect to our chairperson, I think my dear colleague Senator Risa is invoking the issue on workers' rights and civil servants. But the real issue here, Mr. President, is the farmers, which are the ones that are affected by all this sugar importation. We already know that. We've established that any sugar importation is detrimental, of course, to the livelihood of over 100,000 farmers, 1 million beneficiaries, including the farm workers, and probably about 5 million people. We have to put it in proper perspective. We in the Senate have in the past investigated things of lesser, I'd say lesser, not crime, but lesser action. Here is a situation, Mr. President, wherein overeager members of the SRA immediately wanted to go for an importation when there was clearly no instruction from the President, usurping his authority by signing on his behalf. I have nothing against Yusek Sebastian. I hear he's a very good man in terms of, and very well respected with the agri sector. Ang akin lang dyan, we've investigated lesser crimes. And the minority, and Senator Risa, together with Senator Coco and the other members of the minority before, investigated other issues on a mere whim or whiff of corruption. Here's malfeasance, misfeasance. We caught the hand in the cookie jar. Di ba? Natanggal. Nahuli. So, binaliktad nila. And they're saying now good faith. Tama po sinabi ni Chairman Tolentino. Kung papayagan natin sila na we'll work on good faith, then maybe half the cases that will be filed in the Blue Ribbon Committee, including in the Ombudsman, baka good faith lang naman talaga sila. But the findings are otherwise. And the chairperson says, it's time that it will be heard in a proper forum. Let them defend themselves in the proper forum. Right? So, I do not understand why we're defending people who clearly got their hands caught in the cookie jar. Now, if they say we were misled, then the proper courts, let them say it, that we were misled to believe that the President wanted this. But coming from all sources, including them, the President never asked for this. The Executive Secretary never asked for this. He asked for a sugar plan, and what is your plan for importation? Now the facts have come out, ang kailangan pala 150,000 metric tons lamang. Hindi 300,000 metric tons. Kasi kung 300,000 metric tons, the country will be awash with sugar. Negros, Bukidnon, Cavite, Batangas, Iloilo, Capiz, all of them will be suffering now because of too much sugar. Kaya I think the bottom line is, let us not lose focus on our farmers. Yung ating mga magsasaka ang ating tulungan dito. May ginawa po tayong hakbang para hindi masobra ng importation. Di ba, pinaglalaban natin po ang mga magsasaka. Ayaw po natin ng importation galing China. Ng gulay, ng karne, ng manok, dahil gusto natin tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka dito. So let's not protect a few who are pro-importation, even if it is in good faith. But obviously, nakita naman po natin, may usurpation of authority. I know of civil servants who come to me and ask for help, asking pardon from the president and all sorts of pakiusap sa justice, sa judiciary. Sabi ko, hindi ko magagawa yan. Let them defend themselves. They're asking for help for mere usurpation of authority lamang. Pumirma sila on behalf of the mayor. Pumirma sila on behalf of the accountant or auditor in the town. Kulong. Ito, pumirma for 300,000 metric tons worth billions of pesos, Your Honors, of importation. Galit nga tayo dun sa money, yung peanut importation. Yung, ano ba may hiling po kami ni Senator Villar before, nalaman namin yung head ng Bureau of, Plant Industry was a former barangay captain, totally underqualified for the post, and yet, import ng import. Galit na galit kami. Gusto namin matigil yun. So ngayon, naitigil na. Pero, imbis na parusahan natin, pabayaan natin, we give them a slap on the wrist. Let them explain to the proper authorities why they did such action without the approval of the approving authority. I think that's fair. Di ba po? Your Honors. Yeah.
The minority leader is
Yes,
recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. I am forced to react because the Senate President said that the minority, the two of us, have caused the investigation on a mere whim or on a mere whiff of corruption. And what is that?
I said members of the Senate, including the minority.
But not this minority. We will never act on a whim, Mr. President.
Yeah, but in the
we
former...
just give you that assurance that we will never
we appreciate
act
the
on a
answer.
whim. So.
But I said, members of the Senate, including the minority, in the past, we've any...
No, we were named, Mr. President. You named us, eh. That's why I am reacting. But ganito kasi I will schedule my interpellation on the on the majority report of the sugar probe next time. But let me react lang on the inputs from the Senate President. Ang ayaw nga sana natin maging parang piskal the prosecutor's office na, which is probably part of the problem of our justice system. Yung kay judge ka na magpaliwanag. Ayaw natin ng ganun. Kasi kung talagang walang dahilan na kasuhan, wag nating kasuhan kasi it adds to the clogging of court dockets. Yan po yung attitude or perspective na dala namin dun po sa aming minority report. Sana po maintindihan po ninyo na ganun po yung perspektibong dala namin.
Pero,
wag
Your
tayo
Honor,
doon na, sige, doon ka na kay Judge.
No, but with due respect, Mr. President, this is only recommendatory to the Ombudsman. We're not taking this, we're not filing the case to the judge. We're giving the recommendation to the Ombudsman for further action. If we do not do that, inutil po tayo sa oversight function ng Blue Ribbon.
That's, yes.
That's our complaint before with the fireman
Again-
issue of the former Blue Ribbon Committee. Di ba? That was the complaint. So,
Mr. President.
I suggest na we act on the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon, come up with our opinion on plenary, but eventually we have to move further from what had happened in the past, which is basically non-action of these particular reports. Let's act on it, we vote on it, send it as a recommendation, and let the proper authorities decide if it needs further action.
So, but we will, when it's my turn to interpolate, I will explain the philosophy that we brought behind the minority report. It's an attitudinal change that we want to happen, Mr. President. And
The sponsor wants to be recognized.
Yeah.
It's recognized.
Just a mere clarification, Mr. President. We acknowledge the intensive participation of the minority and perhaps the good Senate President when he mentioned the word whim, although can be misquoted and misinterpreted, would probably refer to the intensive participation of the minority. I recall, Mr. President, even the minority leader himself was the one who said, if I may quote him, the gist is this: whatever the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee does here will be reflective of the integrity of the Senate. I quote that. That's part of the TSN. There's a video of that. And I recall, Mr. President, it was even the minority who insisted that a subpoena be issued to the former executive secretary. And we agreed with the minority to have the executive secretary be present. And within more than an hour, he was he was indeed present. So all of these collaborative efforts led to the production of this majority report, Mr. President. They were given the first crack to answer questions, to ask questions, and the last questions, the summation questions coming from the gentle lady from Panay and even the minority leader, Mr. President. All of these are parts of the record, Mr. President. So the majority report was part of a collaborative effort, and the whim probably expressed by the good Senate President has something to do with the intensive participation of the minority, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Mr.
Senator
President?
Risa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ibang-iba naman po yung Farmally dito sa iniimbestigahan nating sugar fiasco. Sa Farmally, sobrang mayaman ng ebidensya, may mga testigo pa, may whistleblower pa tungkol sa mga krimen na ginawa ng Farmally at ng mga kasabwat nila sa loob ng mga ahensya. Pero dito naman sa investigasyon natin sa sugar fiasco ay mayroong, at nandun po sa aming minority report, napakaraming badges of good faith. Yun po yung ibinabangga namin sa mga sinasabing facts. Halimbawa, facts po, we need 150,000 and not 300,000 metric tons. When in fact, dun sa isang earlier document na pinresent ko kanina sa interpellation, yung Economic Development Cluster actually nagrekomenda noon ng 450,000 metric tons. And here's my modest attempt, Mr. President, to put this also in proper perspective. Meron po tayong 700,000 sugar farmers. Kabilang po sila sa 100 million Filipino consumers. Kabilang din po sa mga consumers yung 100,000 ring mga manggagawa. Kasama po yung mga empleyado ng Coke at iba pang kumpanya. So, and there are ways, Mr. President, good sponsor, to help our farmers that still uphold our Filipino consumers and do not compromise them, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Mr. President,
Also, please-
Senate President wants to
Yeah, I would just like to also
recognize.
place on record that part of the committee report are remedial measures and legislation. We made sure na meron tayong gagawin na mga pangkat na hindi ito mangyayari muli. For example, need for more transparency and accountability. And another recommendation, expand the SRA board, which I think is agreeable by all of us, to include the workers, representatives. And then we also added, review the country's importation policy. Maybe I remember, if you can recall in my speech, sabi ko, why not give the authority to the SRA to import? They can give the certificate. However, they'll give those certificate to import to the end user. For example, Coca-Cola. Kung kulang yung Coca-Cola ng 100,000 metric tons that they cannot source out locally, then let's give them the certificate to import 100,000 metric tons. Bahala na po sila, Mr. President, maghanap ng importer. Kasi na yun, ang naghahanap ng importer, ang SRA. That's why we're trying to avoid that corruption. Because I can show much more evidences here. And I know I didn't want to bring this up, but I have pictures with members of the SRA meeting with traders right after the signing of SO4. I have it in my phone. What is that? Why will they meet with them? Is that proper? That they'll meet with the importers? Dapat yan, bigay na natin yan, Your Honors. Bigay na natin yan sa Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, Zesto, yung mga end users. Let them, okay, here, this allows you to import 25,000 metric tons if you're a medium-sized player. If you're a bigger player, okay, here's another 50 tons for metric tons. Sila na po maghanap ng importer para sa ganun, wala nang issue or, there could be any issue or suspicion of corruption. And of course, full funding for SIDA, we're pushing for that, and many other recommendations. Kaya, this committee report is important, Your Honors, because it does not only tackle possible liabilities, misfeasance, malfeasance of these gentlemen and ladies, or whoever they may be, but also possible recommendations so that it will not happen again. Yun lang, Mr. President, and I hope my good friends in the minority understand where we're coming from, because I always put this on record, Bukidnon is the second largest producer of sugar. So any fluctuation of prices that affect our farmers, kami din ang linalapitan, yung mga politiko. For the record, I have no sugar whatsoever. I'm not in the sugar industry. I'm just representing an area. including Negros, by the way. My paternal father is from Kabangkalan, Negros Occidental. So that's why we're very passionate about protecting the farmers of the industry. So yun lang po. I hope they don't take it against me. Mine is just a reiteration of what I said in my speech, was basically, we have to find ways not to make this happen again, and let's continue to focus on the needs of the farmers. Yun lang, maraming salamat po.
Mr. President? Yes, Senator De La Rosa.
Yes.
With the indulgence of the good sponsor, can I join the pray?
As long as it will not be physical.
You know, I'm just intrigued by the statement of the good Senate President about that picture. Because, you know, a picture paints 1,000 words. So, being a former police investigator, I think it's very material and relevant to this issue at hand. If that picture can be presented to the body. Kung ayaw mo ipakita sa screen, Mr. President, ipakita mo na sa akin dito sa table ko. I'm very much interested with that picture.
I will show you during the break, Your Honor, in the
Okay.
lounge. It's not fair for me to show it in public now. The committee's already ended its findings. Anything that I'll show here now will put undue, I say, I'm looking for the right word, undue stress and disadvantage to the person that's on that picture. So I will show it in an executive session for you to understand. I will also show the minority floor leader that these pictures were taken during that time. Baka parang hindi proper.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Risa Tiveros.
Yes, Mr. President, salamat po. So, no quarrel with remedial measures to prevent corruption. That's not part of my interpellation because we in the minority agree with those. Yung kapag pwede na pong mag-resume ng interpellation later on, isusulong ko pa rin na yung certain points of the committee report, kaya kami naglabas ng minority report that have to do with what we believe are the badges of good faith of the people who stand accused in the majority report. Salamat po, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Before we wrap up, Mr. President, the discussion on this matter, I just need to react to the comments of the sponsor. He's taking it against the minority that we participated in the investigation.
No.
Hindi dapat ganun. I mean, binabanggit po yung na nag-participate kami pa nagpasampina, kami pa nagtatanong kami. Mabuti nga nagpa-participate ang minority. Ang aming point is, if after the hearing, there is nothing there, don't fault us if we see nothing there, because there's nothing there. That is the approach of the minority report, Mr. President. So, don't tell us that nag-participate kayo, then therefore there must be something there. There is nothing there. So, yan lang po yung I hope that the sponsor also took the time to read the minority report, just
Yes.
as we took the time to read the majority report.
Yes,
So, ganoon lang po yun. And I hope, because magkakaroon po ng chilling effect kasi yun. Kung papatulan namin yung nasabi po ng ating chairman sa future Senate Blue Ribbon investigations, mananahimik kami because we are afraid that we might disagree with the conclusion. Hindi po, we will continue. We should be allowed to participate. You should encourage our participation and not use it against us in case we disagree with the majority report. Because yun lang po yun, basta all we are trying to say, or part of what we are trying to say in the minority report is, as far as criminal liability is concerned, or the recommendation on criminal liability or on a further investigation, we participated in the hearings, we listened, we looked at all the evidence. Our conclusion is there's nothing there.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. President, if I may react quickly before we move to another item. I think, Mr. President, I was misunderstood. We precisely are loading the efforts of the minority to come up with a very substantial report that can really shed light on this matter, Mr. President. So, even if we're deluged with, no offense, to new sounding terms as badges of good faith, which we have never read in my entire law study. There are badges of fraud and badges of bad faith, but not badges of good faith. We really laud the minority for this. And since our rules, Mr. President, would attribute, Mr. President, to RIDICS as a supplement to the existing Senate rules, Mr. President. I just like to quote this and make this part of the records. RIDICS would say that a minority report, and I quote, a so-called minority report of a committee is not in fact a report, but is the views of certain members of the committee. So it is not, in effect, a minority report separate from the majority report. It is an attachment, appendage, an annex to the majority report. So the minority report might conflict with majority report, but then again, the majority report will prevail, Mr. President. That's the parliamentary rule in all parliaments and congresses around the world, Mr. President. Just for the record, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a minority report, not a so-called minority report. Kahit pa i-annex nga siya sa committee report. The majority report will prevail. I guess in the end, Mr. President, the committee report will prevail as adopted or not by the plenary. And badges of good faith, Mr. President, good sponsor. With all due respect, the Supreme Court itself used the phrase badges of good faith in the September 2020 case of Madera versus Commission on Audit, in the October 2020 case of De Guzman versus Commission on Audit, and in the November 2020 case of SSS versus the Commission on Audit. Of course, Mr. President, these cases are quite new, so we should not fault the chair if he does not know of these new cases. Pero
I
wag
take
po
offense,
tayong...
Mr. President, to that attribution, Mr. President.
No, I apologize, Mr.
My lack
President.
of
No
knowledge
offense,
should not
ma'am.
be implicated here.
No,
I have a law exam on Tuesday.
Yes,
so I'm
Mr.
still a law student right now. Perhaps your staff are not the law students here.
Well,
so,
Mr. President, I am
move
not
that,
a lawyer
That
myself.
phrase should be deleted from the records, Mr. President.
I have no
If there
objection
is
to deleting,
If there is
Mr.
an incumbent
President.
law student here, I am the one. I am the one. I
May I ask for
challenge
1
you.
minute
I
suspension?
Whoever is
apologize to the good
whispering
chair. No
you,
offense
they are
meant, Mr.
probably
There's a
Yes.
motion to
Let us,
strike off
we'll
the
strike off
record,
the record that particular comment of our distinguished colleague from the minority. And
Mr.
just-
President, if I
Yes,
may,
ma'am.
yes, I interpose no objection to striking it off the record. I'm sorry that I caused offense to the good chair. I just wish to assure Mr. President and the colleagues, no offense meant. I was simply saying that we should not fault anyone if not yet aware of these new facts. I just wanted to reassure there is legal basis for usage. But having said that, I did apologize to the chair for causing him offense, and I support the striking off the record of the words that
Thank you.
meant no offense. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Therefore, also, maybe we can make a motion to suspend
Yes, that's
consideration
what I'm
of
going
this
to
measure.
do, Mr. President. I know this is becoming more and more interesting.
Oh, we have other topics to take up
Yeah.
today. Yes,
Someone is objecting, but it's not
not the chairman.
not serious, Mr. President. Mr.
Okay.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of committee report number 3. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, at this juncture, with the permission of the body, I move to resume consideration on Senate Bill number 1306 as reported out under Committee Report number 4. This is the postponement of barangay and SK elections, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, it is approved. May we recognize the sponsor, your chair?
Yes,
Majority Leader?
Mr. President. The status, Mr. President, of this measure is that we are in the period of interpellations. I move that we open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, the period of interpellation is now open, and we recognize the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos of the great province of Ilocos Norte, chairman of the committee. Ma'am.
Yes, Mr. President. And first to interpellate the measure is our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, which one will it be? Senator Coco, Senator Risa? Will it be the minority floor leader? Yes. We recognize the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. If the good gentle lady from Ilocos Norte, my kabsat from Batak, Ilocos Norte, yield the floor to clarificatory questions, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Of course, it will be an honor and a privilege, Mr. President.
I think we need to have a scratch paper here as we interpolate because nakakalito na po itong petsa na itong ano ba yung karapat-dapat na petsa nitong eleksyon na ito. So, if I could begin, Madam Sponsor, with that, ito pong panukalang batas natin ay ipagpaliban ang naka-schedule na eleksyon ngayon sanang December 2022
That's right.
ng ating SK at Barangay to a later date. Wag na muna natin pag-usapan yung later date. So ang pag-usapan natin ay yung pagpapaliban. Pero ito pong mga nakaupo ngayon na SK at Barangay ay kailan po ba ito sila nahalal? Nahalal. So kailan yung election po nila?
The last election that we conducted, as I recall, was 2018? Tama ba?
May
2018.
May 2018.
May
Opo.
2018. That,
And then tama po ba na since yun yung date ng election but hindi yun yung umpisa nung termino, and the term for those elected in May 2018 would started at what date, Mr. President? Ano sagot? June
so I think
June 30. June 30.
I think their term started in 2018 as well, immediately after the election.
Today kasi we need sandali. We are also looking if the sponsor is aware of what law govern their election because we will take a look at the starting date of their terms, Mr. President?
It's RA 10952, as I recall, for synchronizing the elections of the barangay and the SK. Tama po ba?
10:52? Sige, tignan niyo. So, and I think there was an expectation on the part of those who ran in the May 2018 election that they will that they will serve for a term. And how long is that term when they ran, Mr. President?
2018, 2019, until 2020.
Correct. So,
hanggang dun lang. That's right.
So,
we established a 3-year term and they expected to serve for 3 years, but it was then extended by the last Congress.
I need some clarification on that, Mr. President. So, for those who ran in the May 2018 election, the law governing their run was for a 2-year term.
May 2018, and they expected to run 2018 to 19, 19 to 20, and yes, it was a very short term. It should have been only 2 because of the successive postponements, indeed.
Correct, because their predecessors were beneficiaries. Gamitin ko na lang yung term na beneficiaries of an extension.
Of a postponement as well.
Of a postponement and an extension of their predecessors' terms.
Correct. So
So
na-erode yung kanilang 3-year term, naging 2 na lang.
Apo. So nung tumakbo po sila, actually hindi pa nila alam yun na ma-extend na magiging 3. Ang alam nila 2 years lang po.
That's correct.
Correct, opo. So, ang ating pong panukala ay i-move pa natin ulit ang term nitong mga nahalal nung May 2018 sa December
2023.
2023. At eleksyon po yun, yung pong petsa na eleksyon. Pero yung mahalal sa December 2023, ang umpisa ng kanilang term ay kailan po?
January.
January 1.
Oo, sa susunod na
Hindi
taon
July,
ng 2024.
So malapit lang din. Okay.
Dikit
so,
lang po.
a matter of ano lang. So, okay, so kung sakali pong i-postpone nga natin yung halalan, ano na po ang suma total ng tenure ng mga nahalal noong May 2018 SK and barangay elections? So,
Ang magiging suma total parang 5.5 years. Nasa 5.5 years kapag umapak ng December, which is, sa totoo lang, more or less yan ang average, nasa 4.5 to 5.5 years ang actual term served on the average since 1982. Kasi wala na po tayong ginawa kundi mag-postpone. Kaya dun sa sponsorship ko, sinabi ko, let's take this as a breathing space during which we can review the term length because it doesn't seem to be working.
but Mr. President, so tama rin po pala, I want to confirm that my computation also says 5.5
Oo, 5.5 siya.
years na po sila kung sakaling ma-extend sila all the way to December 2023 or end of December 2023. However, Mr. President, I think there is already a law clarifying, very clear, providing for a 3-year term for SK and barangay officials. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes, we have established a 3-year term for both the barangay as well as the SK.
Correct.
That's right.
So, therefore, policy has been debated and the rule has been fixed. So, how do we justify extending their term as if we are still not yet sure of the policy and as if there is still no law governing the SK and barangay elections, Mr. President?
As we learned well, the law is an organic thing and has to grow with the times. We've seen very clearly that from 1982, 1989, all the way to the present, we have done nothing but postpone barangay and SK elections. Perhaps it is time to look more deeply into the reforms required in the system and expand the barangay term to 6 years, given that barangay work, particularly during the COVID period, is so overwhelming and difficult. I think the other reason would also be that the election fatigue that's spoken of is also pandemic fatigue. So many of the reforms, for example, in the SK Reform Act, were not implemented because of the pandemic, and now we are embarking on the Mandanas-Garcia rulings implementation at ground level, and the barangays cannot afford to change midstream.
If we consider end of term as midpoint of of a term, but the end of term is the end of their term. Actually, this is those who are sitting right now as SK and barangay officials, they never thought that they would still be serving at this particular point in time today when they ran in May 2018. Di po ba?
Yes, I suppose they lived in the hope that this would be so, and yet the pandemic occurred, and truth be told, for 2.5 years, the barangays did not perform as the basic legislative unit intended, but instead became health and pandemic frontliners. So this is the reason, I suppose, for their request.
Which is also, in my opinion, Mr. President, part of their performance as the basic LGU leader. They were still visible during the pandemic.
Of course,
Sila naging
of course.
frontliner. And actually, maybe one of the best reasons not to postpone would be actually so that the people, the election can serve as a referendum on how they perform during the pandemic as the frontliner of the government.
Yes, as every election is, Mr. President.
So at least we have one good reason not to postpone. We already found one good reason not to postpone, Mr. President. And if we are not going to postpone, when are their terms supposed to end,
In
Mr.
accordance
President?
to RA 11462, their terms should end by December 5, during which an election should be held this year. That's in a few months.
Mr. President, are we sure with that? Isn't December 5 is the date of the election, but I
For
think they still have
2022, that
Yes,
was the
2022.
original stipulated in the last Congress.
but the terms of the incumbents extend beyond that.
I'm sorry, the term would of course be until January, when the new batch would take over.
Maybe December 31,
31 and January
2023.
1.
January 1 would be the new. So, okay, okay, making them, okay, if we do not extend, then the incumbent SK and barangay officials would serve 4.5 years.
That's
Ano
correct.
ba? Okay, so, okay. 4.5 years.
4.5 years, if you notice, to 5 years has really been the actual term served, given all the postponements that have occurred from 1998, for example, to the present.
But I'm sure, Mr. President, that we did not, in the past, we did not postpone just for the sake of postponing. Meron siguro, there were really siguro very important, significant, or overwhelming reasons calling for the postponement of the SK and barangay elections. So,
I think, to the credit of the legislature, we always postpone for good reason. And in this case, the reason proposed by our barangays and local officials is the pandemic, of course, that so many of their projects, their plans, their reforms were never instituted.
So, to put things in proper perspective, Mr. President. So, the incumbents, mga nahalal noong May 2018, on the day of their election, they knew that they had at least 2 years term to serve. Now, if we do not postpone, they would serve 4.5 years. Therefore,
That's right.
Therefore, they must have been beneficiaries of laws extending their terms for a total of 2.5 years. So, how many laws have extended the terms of the incumbents, Mr. President?
I think it's two at this point. RA 10952 and RA 11462. (2018 to 2020, 2020 to 2022). So dalawang batas ang nag-cover ng kanilang halalan.
Tapos kung pumasa po itong ating panukalang batas, pangatlo.
Yeah, ikatlo na.
Ikatlo.
Jackpot na sila.
So, meron po bang any other batch of SK and barangay officials na naging beneficiary ng ganito kadaming batas na extending their terms?
Actually, marami na rin ang na-postpone na pagkahaba-haba. Kung tutuusin, meron tayong yung 2010. Matagal-tagal din ang batch na yun. Umabot ng 5 years. At sa pakiwari ko, yung batch rin yata ng 2013, ganun din eh. Ang haba-haba ng postponement, lagi talaga natatagalan. Which is why I'm seeking a review of the terms.
Siguro, siguro, Mr. President, if my staff could research the history of the other laws, siguro yung iba is just a one-time postponement, totaling 5 years siguro, naging total.
Hindi, ganun din eh.
Meron din,
Oo,
diba?
dalawang beses, 2 times rin nag-extend eh. Talagang nangyayaring madalas, kaya siguro kinakailangan tignan ng maigi.
So kung titignan po natin ng maigi, meron na po bang mga panukala kung ano po yung titignan sa... Pero dalawang eleksyon po ito, no? Saan ba? Sa area ba ng SK ang kailangan tignan ng maigi, i-review maigi, o sa larangan ng barangay? At ano po naman ang ano po ba ang mga ideas na floated na panukala na at this particular moment in time? Because ngayon po natin to pinag-uusapan at isang dahilan nga is para i-review. Ano po ba ang mga mahalaga ng mga bagong idea na naipalabas na po?
Well, as I've already mentioned, given the work of the barangay, ang tingin ko dapat habaan na natin yung term ng ating mga barangay, gawin ng 6 years, pagkatapos itakda na yung halalan nila sa Mayo susunod sa presidential election. Para tuwing Mayo, andyan na sila. At wala nang duda, wala nang nerbiyos, wala nang kaba. Yun naman sa SK natin, what I am thinking is that perhaps we should revisit the SK Federation at the barangay and municipal level. As you recall, I'm certain, Minority Leader, the first anti-dynasty law is a provision contained by the SK Charter, in which we placed that the second, all relatives of incumbent officials up to the second or degree of consanguinity and affinity are disqualified. Ang nangyari, sa maliliit na barangay, wala nang kandidato. Sa ating mga barangay sa bundok, sa isla, may ibang barangay, 200, 300 lang katao, kalahati siguro, magkakamag-anak. Tapos hindi na sila makatakbo. Yung SK Federation na 1 chairman plus 7 members, hindi nila mabuo-buo. Kaya yun ang problema sa barangay at kung minsan sa maliliit din na munisipyo. So I'm suggesting that there should just be 1 SK representative at barangay and municipal level. And perhaps the federation should be studied for the provincial and city level only. So that's one of the reforms I would like to moot, and The 6-year term would then require a reorganization of the federation every 3 years. At tignan natin na kung po pwede to, nag-file na rin ako ng Senate bill tungkol dyan, 1195 nung Agosto.
Mr. President, meron po bang datos or study ang COMELEC? Kung ilan po, is it COMELEC or COMELEC should correct me if it's DILG, which should have the information on this. Ilan po ang barangay na apektado because of that anti-dynasty provision na dahil doon hindi nila mabuo yung
Federation.
Is it federation or the council?
The SK Federation ang tawag nila eh.
Just to correct our terms now, SK Federation po yung that's
Yung
the
1+7 members.
Yes, that's the okay, the SK Federation, and so that is present in every barangay. Yes.
If I may, the chair, because I'm the author
Yes,
of the
yes.
SK reform law, I think that's a council.
Council,
If you talk
correct.
about the barangay, with the chairman and seven
Seven members
council.
of the council.
The federation is composed of the different SK chairmen of the different barangays.
Okay, I stand corrected. That's right. That's right. It's council at the barangay level. And even there, as we mentioned earlier, hindi nga mabuo yung 1+7. The data should be with the DILG. We've asked for it. But I think in many, many cases, so many of the SKs are not even residing in the place where they were elected. So it's been a problem. I believe at the outset, nung umpisa pa lang, nung unang halalan pa lang noong 2018, bungi na yung council eh. Bungi na pati yung ibang federation. So, we will request once again from the DILG exactly how many
Yes.
are in place.
We should be interested in that piece of information kasi baka ito yung mga unintended consequences. Very laudable yung batas pero merong ganong consequences. But still, sufficient reason to, if it's a sufficient reason to postpone the SK elections, and if it is a sufficient reason to postpone the SK, bakit damay pati ang barangay election, Mr. President?
Yung barangay naman, iba naman yung dahilan nila. Kasi nga sabi nila, napakadami nilang problema, dami-dami nilang plano, wala nang nagawa dahil nga sa pandemya.
Hindi po ba pwedeng gamitin yan ng kahit sino mang politiko na nahalal na?
Gawain din natin yan.
Hindi, pagkatapos mo mahalal, pwede mo bang idahilan po yan?
Automatic re-election
so
kasi hindi pa tapos.
Medyo kung ganun nga, if the sponsor acknowledges the applicability of the same reasoning to the other positions, elective positions from LGU to legislative positions, then therefore, siguro, hindi valid po yung dahilan na yon. Kasi, tapos ang magiging resulta, sila ang magiging longest term in they're considered an LGU, no? An LGU position, lahat ng LGU positions 3 years lang po, and then kung gagawin nating 6 years, doble pa sila sa gobernador at saka sa mayor. So baka po masyadong at saka the essence of democracy would be periodic elections to renew your mandate. And then the lower, ang aking palagay nga, the lower level of governance, lower in the sense na closer to the people, the more frequent sana is the reason or the need to get a mandate, because mas yung pagbabago ng sentimiento, mas mabilis ang reaction pagka frequent po yung ating elections. It will now reflect the current sentiment or current will of the people.
Yes, Mr. President and Minority Leader, with all due respect, while we understand the speeches and reasoning of politicians like ourselves that we should be automatically re-elected, let us say, the truth is that the pandemic has changed the world. And I don't think it is by any means trivial, particularly at the grassroots or barangay level. Secondly, I am not certain if it is by the month the longest. For indeed, many barangay officials have sat for 5 years and over through the years.
Yes, but yeah, but if the extension is granted, magiging na-compute natin, 5.5 years na po sila. So, ilan yun? 66 months.
That's correct.
Tama, 66 months.
Nangyari na rin kasi yan dati. Pahaba ng pahaba
Can we be sure of this, Mr. President? Can we have the...
I recall,
can we
for
have
example, 1982, napakatagal, yun nga, yung 2010 yata ang pagkaalala ko, na humaba ng humaba, kasi nakaupo ko nun bilang gobernador at abala kami doon. And several others. I can give you the breakdown and share the chart.
So
kung
thank
we
you,
do.
thank you, Mr. President. So I am aware that some are opposing. There are groups opposing the postponement of the SK and barangay elections. Did these groups appear before the committee when this was heard, and may we know the reasons why these groups are opposing the postponement?
Yes, a number of poll watching bodies were invited, as they usually are invited, to the Committee on Electoral Reform. That is His Honor actually headed for a long time before the 18th Congress. And as you know, many of them did oppose yet another postponement. In addition, it should be known that the COMELEC itself suggested that we proceed with this because it is so late in the day and they claim to be ready. So the opposition came from two groups, in fact.
And may we know who is pushing for the postponement of the election aside from the authors who filed the bills, Mr. President?
Well, naturally, there have been a lot of suggestions, and there's been a tremendous lobby, predictably enough, from officials, obviously, and many in the LGUs who claim that the COMELEC is in fact not ready, if truth be told. I think there are also LGUs that oppose the postponement and want a change in their grassroots and village organization.
Tama po yun, Mr. President. And the expectation actually is that there is supposed to be a scheduled election for possible change. Yun po yun. That is actually the expectation. Yan ang pagkaalam ng lahat. Because
That's right.
the election has been scheduled for more than a year before. No?
The argument has been made, in fact, that with the new administration, there should be a fresh mandate even from the grassroots. So, dapat ituloy. Yun ang argumento ng iba. Yung iba naman, sabi naman, talagang hapong-hapo na raw sila sa pandemic, hindi nila nagampanan ng tapat yung kanilang tungkulin, kaya't bigyan sila ng konting panahon para maisabatas yung SK reform, yung civil service, hindi naglabas ng IRR, yung mga treasurer at yung iba't iba pang mga bonded officer na kailangan ng SK, hindi pa nagawa. So, bitin talaga sila dahil sa 2.5 years na hindi makakilos, kundi nag-lockdown at nag-pandemic protocols.
Pero yun po bang mga nabanggit na ibang dahilan, yung civil service na gano'n, itong batch lang po ba na itong apektado noon, or that was also present before at hindi naman apektuhan yung tuloy ng eleksyon sa SK at barangay?
Actually, bagong-bago kasi itong bagong SK Reform Act, yung February 2022. Talagang hindi pa nagagawa. Yung COA, yung handbook, hindi pa naro-roll out. Yung COMELEC, hindi pa nabibigay yung guidelines. And the SK Kagawad, wala pang sahod. At saka yung perennial problem na yung treasurer for the 10% SK fund has to be a bonded officer. Yung pa rin ang problema nila sa pagre-release ng pondo.
Which is problema na po sa past
Yun problema na sa past
Ah.
na ina-attempt na i-rectify
Solution.
dito sa 2022 na SK reform.
Yes, and then yung problem as far as the SK Treasurer bond is concerned, hindi naman naging dahilan na i-postpone yung election sa past.
Yes, that's right. But the changes that seek to address that, the COA handbook hardly rolled out through the SK Council. So although SK theoretically has fiscal autonomy with its 10% budget and so on, this was not actually practiced because of the lack of time and the severe situation given the pandemic.
So, kung pwede tayo pumunta po sa COMELEC, ang halalan sa SK at saka sa barangay ay COMELEC administered. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes, sa ngayon
Correct.
COMELEC administered siya.
And COMELEC is in fact ready
The claim of COMELEC is that they're in fact ready. But at the LGU level, there have been complaints that the ballots are not yet printed, nothing has been transmitted, the training is incomplete, and very, very clearly in their ledger, ang nagagastos pa lamang nila ay nasa 800 million out of the 8.4 billion. Ibibid out pa lang sa end of September yung 1 billion. Talagang kulang-kulang yan. Ibig sabihin, talagang hindi pa sila handa. Kasi bakit yung pera halos buo pa sa kanila?
Ito po ay manual election. Kasi
That's
siyempre,
correct.
iba-ibang combination yan. Hindi pwedeng ma-print ang ballot yan kasi 42,000 plus, di ba?
That's right.
Barangay election. So,
Tapos may times 7, may times
Yes.
8, napakarami niyan eh.
pero ang pag-print po ng balota niyan, pwede nga niya, ano lang yan, mga blank lines lang po yata yan.
That's right.
So, sanay na rin yata ang ating COMELEC sa manual elections. So,
But sorry.
dapat ba na pagdudahan natin na yung kahandaan nila sa manual election na alam na nila kung paano nila to ginagawa na nila to noon, munisipyo pa po ang involved eh. Ngayon barangay council ang involved.
Ang problema kasi, iba na yung mga tauhan. Ibig sabihin, pati yung presinto, lumaki na. So they were going to have to add 15% more precincts because it's manual. So dapat mas maliit eh. Mas madali kasi pag automated, kahit mas malaki, may growth talaga eh. Sa number of precincts, may growth din sa number of voters. Siyempre, naging of age na yung bang SK at yung training ng mga teachers at saka ng BEI, kailangan dagdagan kasi nagbago na rin kung sino yung teacher, sino yung BEI. All of that needs to be undertaken, which is why we were puzzled by the fact that almost the entire budget remains with COMELEC.
Yung pong 15% po, Mr. President, na nabanggit, hindi ba yun yung dahilan nga na sabi nila i-increase ang budget if next year? Ang tanong kasi natin kung matuloy ngayong December 2022 at sinabi ng COMELEC sa committee level na handa sila, pagdududahan pa ba natin yun? Yung salita ng COMELEC na handa sila?
Hindi naman sa pinagdududahan ng kakayahan ng COMELEC at yung effort ng COMELEC, ngunit dun sa report ng kanilang kwenta, nung kanilang accountant, napakadami pang perang natitira sa kanila. So, ibig sabihin, hindi pa nila nagagawa yung training expenses, yung supplies, hindi pa na-order ng todo, yung distribution, as the minority leader knows, takes so long, and all the other MOOE, hindi pa nagagawa kasi bakit nandun pa rin sa kanila?
Sa isang election po, Mr. President, meron yan silang parang timetable eh.
That's right.
Kunyari, for example, ano bang date ngayon?
And then they work backwards, di po ba?
September 20, for example ngayon, September 20. Doon sa original calendar of election activities, ganun
That's
yata
right.
tawag nila doon eh. Kung December 5, 2022 yung halalan, kailan ba dapat kailan yung mga importanteng mga procurement, kailan ba dapat mangyayari o dapat ba nangyari na?
Yun nga eh, kaya ako nagtataka dahil as a general rule, 3 months. 3 months ang work back nila, di ba? Kasi magdi-distribute pa. Ang hirap-hirap magpadala ng balota sa lahat ng sulok ng ating kapulungan. Ngunit, eto nga, wala pa yung mga balota, kulang pa, yung tinta, yung papel. Ang sabi ni Chairman Garcia, kakayanin kung pipilitin dun sa hearing namin. Pero mukhang pilit na pilit kasi by the end of September, he will have only bidded out 1 billion out of the 8.4. Parang napakaliit nun. Gipit na sa panahon.
Mr. President, kung ipagpapaliban ang halalan, wala na sigurong deadline ang para sa COMELEC yun.
Okay.
Pero ang tanong ko siguro, kung itutuloy ang halalan, ano ang may nabanggit po bang deadline ang COMELEC na kailangan nilang malaman kung tuloy o hindi?
Well, gusto nila talaga as a general rule, alam dito ni Chairman, lagi silang humihingi ng 7 months, di ba? Laging 7 months kasi yung preparasyon, tapos yung pag-order, tapos yung distribution. At sa manual election, medyo long playing yung training eh. At pagpipili ng teachers and BEI kasi nga manual.
Pero tama po ba yun, Mr. President, na habang hindi pa nagsasabi ang Kongreso na hindi tuloy, sa mata ng COMELEC tuloy at kumikilos pa sila na as if tuloy nga. December 5, 2022 may manual na halalan for SK and barangay?
Bilang tanyag na abogado, alam naman ng minority leader natin na habang nandyan ang batas, kinakailangan tuparin mo. So yun ang posisyon ng COMELEC na sumusunod lang sila sa batas na itinakda yung 5 ng Disyembre bilang halalan. So they just continue until a new law supersedes the same.
Meron po bang, Mr. President, meron po bang nasubmit na parang calendar of activities, election activities ang COMELEC for this upcoming SK and barangay elections? Para masilip din po, makita rin po namin kung ano yung by September 20, ano yung by September 27, ano naman yung mga upcoming activities?
They attempted to narrate those dates, but to my mind, it's very, very tight. And I think it's almost unlikely that they can be ready in time, except in a rather haphazard way. Marami silang lista pero parang bitin Kasi nga, hindi pa nabibid out at maraming gamit, maraming training na hindi talaga kakayanin.
October. Okay. Mayroon po akong information na October 6 to 13 ang filing ng, yun pa lang nasa calendar, ang filing ng certificates of candidacy ng mga interesadong tumakbo.
Yes, pareho po natin, October yung deadline.
Sige,
para magawa lahat ng balota at iba pa.
Para rin po para din pong alam ko na we do not have all the time in the world also to to discuss this issue forever, that we also need to put an end to the discussion and come up with a formal decision, Mr. President.
Thank you for your understanding, Minority Leader.
So, if we postpone, because that is yan po yung proposal, that is the pending measure, hindi po ba nakapagsabi rin ng COMELEC na lolobo ng grabe yung budget na 8 billion na nakalaan for this year's election at magiging 17 po ba? 17 billion kung gagawin natin next year. So a 1-year delay will entail an additional expense of 9 billion pesos, Mr. President. So hindi ba parang yung argumento, isa sa mga argumento narinig natin na wag na muna tayo gumastos sa isa pang eleksyon kasi kagagaling lang natin sa isang eleksyon, ang mangyayari pala pag next year, halos nag 2 times ka rin pala ng eleksyon. So wala rin, hindi naging valid po yung argumento na yon, Mr. President.
Yes, nagulat din kami nung sinabi 17-18 billion. Samantalang yung karagdagan, sa tingin ko, 15%. Pareho po tayong taga-Batak at Tanyag ang kakuriputan ng mga Ilocano. Pero ang totoo, ang bulk nito, my bulk is the tax on the honorarium that the COMELEC wishes to shoulder. Yung tax dun sa mga honorarium bibigay sa mga teacher natin, BEI, kasi na-veto nga yung batas. So, yun pala yung nakakasindak doon. Pero amenable naman sila na unang-una, yung balanse nitong 2022, kung hindi nasunod, yung balanse ng 2022, gamitin na natin para sa susunod na taon at dagdagan na lang ng kaunti. Pero yun nga, yung problema ng honorarium, doon ang nagpalobo.
Mr. President, ang nagpalobo would be not the honorarium,
sorry,
but
the tax. Yeah.
But yun na nga, how could a tax possibly almost double the amount? Ang tax would be a certain percentage of the amount.
I'm sorry, I think they included both the honorarium as well as the taxable portion para buo nang makukuha ng mga teacher at BEI. Kasi ang nangyari, di ba, we made an effort to give them an honorarium. Kasi nga ang haba ng oras, manual pati, and so on. And then, on top of that, na-veto nga yung i-waive yung tax sana ng honorarium na nag-serve sa eleksyon. Kaya't yun, they're absorbing the entire cost and dumping it into the 2023 election.
Okay, so making it such that from the point of view of the teachers or those serving in the election, tax-free ang kanilang
Yes,
honorarium.
in effect.
Ganun
Kasi maliit na nga lang yung stipend at yung honorarium babawasan pa ng malaking tax.
So may we know, Mr. President, that if we postpone the December 2022 SK and barangay elections, meron po bang masasayang na ginastos na? Pareho tayong taga-Batak nga, sabi nyo. Sabi kaya ang approach natin sa tanong ganito. Meron po bang masasayang doon sa mga nagastos na ng COMELEC preparing for the December 2022 election? At kung meron na, magkano po ito at saan po ito na ginastos?
Siguro konti na lang ang masasayang kasi much of the expense so far has been in training the teachers and the BEIs. So yung mga yon identified na ngayon. So we've saved time and we've identified them. They're already trained. They're ready to go. Pagkatapos yung supplies and materials, yung non-accountable forms, indelible ink, magagamit naman yan, wala naman expiry by 2023. So, I think this is very important. But in the meantime, yung idadagdag natin, eto nga, yung 239,000 na clustered precinct will be an increase from the 207,000. Yun ang idadagdag. So, kung sabihin natin, may malaki pa yung natitira sa 8.4 billion, sabihin natin may nabawas, ang sabi ata yung nagasto so far, ang pagkaintindi ko sa close to 800 million, yung tira nun, shift natin, sana, uulit na lang sa 2023 budget, tapos dagdagan na lang natin ng kaunti, dun nga sa mga honorarium tax at saka yung karagdagan na 15%. So, palagay ko hindi naman masyadong sayang.
So,
pero gawin na natin kaagad.
So para po sa kaalaman ng mga boboto pabor dito sa panukalang ito, kung 8 billion ang naibigay sa COMELEC for the SK and barangay elections for 2022, sa 2023 budget po nila, magkano po idadagdag sa 8B?
Yes, ang tingin ko, ang idadagdag natin siguro nasa 1.2 billion.
So,
ang isip ko lang sa just
talagang
back of the
15%,
envelope,
15% talaga. Okay.
Yun ang pakiwari ko. Okay. Pero syempre, sa kanila gusto nila mas malaki.
Hindi, yun po nga yung ano natin, yun po yung aking Mr. President na punto na riniraise na hindi ba 17 ang ihingiin nila?
Yes, that's
Or
right.
no way mong papayagan, Madam Sponsor, na 17.
No way, no way, no way po. Hindi namin maintindihan how do we justify a 114% increase or something to
Is
that
it
effect.
is it 17 or 17 minus 8? 9 ang hingiin nila. Para po, in fairness naman to the COMELEC, para at least alam natin.
What I understood was it was 9.
9. So 8 plus 9 would be
To
17.
that effect. Pero to my mind, we can still bring it down because we have a lot of reusable forms, as you know, and then the trainings don't need to be repeated and so on.
Sige. But Mr. President, if our elections body, which has stated its willingness and readiness to hold the 2022 elections at 8 billion, and also stated that if you postpone to next year, we will need 17 billion. And we will give the same election body only 1.2 billion. What will now happen next year? Will there be now another cost not to hold the 2023 election? Because for lack of funds or any other reason, nasasabihin ng election body natin, we cannot hold the election at the amount that you're giving us. Because we're telling you we need 9 billion.
Sa palagay ko, masunurin naman ng COMELEC, di ba? At sa mga nakaraan na eleksyon, kapag maikli ang kumot, alam na nilang bumaluktot. Kaya kasyang-kasya na nila ang mga budget na yan. I think within reason, we can give a small increase. As I said, 15% seems rational given the increases in the precincts, in the number of voters, and so on. But there's no need to make it so large that it is not possible. There's been a suggestion, as the minority leader knows, that we postpone it all the way to May 2024, which will incur further expenses still, and will be just before just before the national election, the midterm election. So parang taon-taon nag-e-eleksyon eh. Yun ang gusto nating iwasan, na wag naman ganun.
Mr. President, has the COMELEC in fact given its guarantee that it can hold the SK Barangay elections in December 2023 with merely an additional 1.2 billion pesos?
Well, in terms of guarantee, I think they've been told more or less sternly that they're not going to get the entire 18 billion requested. But certainly we will be reasonable. They have told us that they guarantee a fair and free election in any case. Kakayanin nga daw nila eh. Yun.
Kasi ako rin po, ako nabahala rin ako nung nakita ko yung mga figures. Hindi din, we should be reasonable din.
Oo naman.
We should not allow the runaway cost of elections, no? The price of democracy must also be reasonable or affordable, no? Although we should be willing to pay whatever price or cost is necessary to strengthen our democracy. Pero ayun lang po, nabahala lang po ako doon. Maybe siguro sa committee hearing po ng ating Committee on Electoral Reforms, makuha rin natin saan ba galing yun? Saan galing yung 9 billion additional request? At para dumoble, kasi ang impression ko po,
More than double.
yeah, more than double. 8, you can hold it at 8 billion. 1 year deferral, it's now 17. So para ka na rin nag-eleksyon ngayon, nag-eleksyon ka rin next year. So ako rin po yung nababahala, and I'm concerned. Gusto ko makita yung computation, because kung ganyan na sila kamahal mag-compute ng eleksyon, Mr. President, para na sa 2025, sa 2028 na mga elections natin.
That's correct. Ang malaki kasi doon yung honoraria talaga. Doon nagkakatalo. Kasi alam na natin na maliit yung honoraria, pero hindi natin kakayanin yung hinihingi na 6.7 billion additional. Mabigat naman yun, not in these times.
Because ang dadami kasi ang recipients, no, of the honorarium, or dadami ang siserve because dadami ngayon ang precincts because hindi na sila clustered precincts.
That's correct.
Sa automated elections, this would be clustered precincts.
That's
So
right.
did I get it correctly, Mr. President, that in the manual SK and barangay elections, there will be 239,000 precincts?
That's correct.
You know-
That is the estimate. That's what they're foreseeing.
That's the plan of precincts for the entire country. Yun na
That's
pala ngayon,
correct.
239,000.
Napakarami po nun.
Sige, times 3?
That's right.
Ang maninilbihan. Okay. Pero para sa akin, kung ganyan yung gastos at diretso naman sa taong bayan yun, okay. Actually, ang opinion ko nga, Mr. President, is kumalat ang pera sa buong bansa. Kasi buong bansa may barangay eh. So,
That's a nice way of seeing
yes,
it po.
pero yun na, masyadong malaki
If we can afford it.
yung final amount, masyadong malaki yung final amount because napakadami nga po ng bibigyan. Mabuti na lang, it's not for the purchase of an imported machine, imported materials. Yan ang pinaka masakit sa lahat. Gumastos ka na, napakalaking halaga, palabas pa ng bansa ang pera. So, at any rate, nakikita ko na po yung point of view ng COMELEC doon sa budget na requested
That's
po
right.
nila. So, we'll just try to keep things reasonable, expenses reasonable.
Yes.
But then, ano po sa dami-daming dahilan na binigay to reset the election, ano po ba pinaka-convincing po doon sa mga dahilan na binigay po, na narinig po ng ating sponsor?
For me kasi, matagal ko nang gustong isaayos yung sistema ng barangay at SK. I see it not to be working. Clearly, we keep postponing. There's really something wrong. So to me, that's the most urgent matter on the agenda. Let's get this right once and for all. And then of course, yung hinaing nila na wala silang nagawa at puro lockdown at pandemonyo ang hinarap nila.
Okay. Well, disagree naman po ako doon na wala silang nagawa. Actually, ano nga sila eh. Actually, na-highlight pa nga yung role nila eh. Na-highlight yung importansya ng kanilang local government unit, na-highlight yung importansya ng kanilang position. Yung iba siguro doon na patago-tago, wala nang dahilan, na talagang natulak sa frontline, nakilala patuloy ng kanilang mga constituents. So, para sa akin, marami silang nagawa. Meron yatang kukonting bad eggs dyan na
Na-aresto.
Oo, na-akusahan ng mga shenanigans. Pero maganda itong halalan kasi na maging referendum nga sa performance. Na sa abilidad nitong mga tumakbo bilang leaders of their communities para manilbihan sa kanilang community, made more difficult by the pandemic. Pero alam na nila yun eh, when they run, serbisyo publiko ito sa community, mahirap talaga. This is they need more than 24 hours in a day and more than 7 days in a week. Talagang sa dami po ng kailangan gawin sa barangay na wala pang pandemya. So nagkaroon pa ng pandemic. So for those who perform brilliantly,
Yeah.
the December elections would be a walk in the park, di ba? They will get their mandate, they will renew their mandate. And dapat kabahan lang among them, sa incumbents, yung mga alam nilang alanganin yung kanilang performance or or maraming reklamo, hindi ganun ka-transparent ang kanilang mga sistema, reporting. Yun lang po yun. So, nothing to worry about. Yan ang message ko po sa mga incumbents ngayon. And it's an important part of our democratic processes that mandates are renewed through periodic, honest, and accurate, fair elections. And then, we should start reforming the barangay by being firm on dates of elections. Pag sinabi natin ito, petsa na eleksyon ninyo, tuloy ang eleksyon. So I think that is, rather than making that parang one of the reasons to postpone because we need to reform, let the reform start with such a commitment or a firm stand that when the law says may election sa barangay at SK sa ganitong panahon, ituloy po natin.
I agree with the minority leader na tayo sa lehislatura, medyo naabuso yata natin ng pagbigay ng ating saligang batas sa Article 10, Section 8 na pwedeng itakda ng batas ang eleksyon ng SK at barangay. Mukhang papalit-palit at hindi karapat-dapat.
Pagdating naman po sa SK, Mr. President, kasi ito, pagtakbo sa barangay, walang problema kasi when you're 18, pwede ka nang lumaban sa, ayaw mo sa SK tumakbo, sa barangay ka tumakbo. I think that is allowed.
Pwede rin. Oo.
That is allowed. So 18 up to death, you can participate in barangay elections. Sa SK elections, may time period 18 to 20, 24.
24 na ngayon.
Okay. So we only live once. Everybody lives only once. So itong current crop ng kabataan natin na malilipasan ngayon kasi for 5.5 years walang galawan, walang halalan sa SK. Are we not depriving now the SK of one generation of potentially good SK leaders just because we kept on postponing the election? So
Yes,
maybe
that's a big concern po. Although the argument has been made that the extension of the age to 30 has also been proposed. Bata pa rin daw hanggang 30. Alam naman natin dito sa Senado, basta senador ka, bata ka.
ang pagtakbo po yata sa SK, tama po ba ako? 18 to 24.
That's correct.
Right? So
That's correct. So it's 6 years.
Yes, so merong mga, let us say, merong mga 20 nung last SK election na hindi tumakbo, na akala nila may chance pa sila. Kasi may isa pang cycle. So they will be deprived of, or they have been deprived siguro ngayon pa lang.
And okay lang sa mga incumbent kasi tuloy-tuloy lang sila. Paano yung halimbawa 20 years old, overage na siya after 6 years. So these are matters that need to be discussed because you deprive that guy of his chance to run for office.
So shall we continue with the SK elections for the benefit of those young, potentially good young leaders who will never have a chance now to display or to manifest or to prove their leadership skills at the SK level because we keep on postponing?
Yes, that argument has been made. That in fact, if you were 25 now, you would have been qualified to run in December. Next year, you won't.
Yes, and if you are 25 now, but you were 21 in the when the incumbents last run. Right. So parang nakita mo yung SK life mo na dumaan sa harap mo na hindi ka ngayon maka-offer ng sarili mo to serve your SK community.
That's correct. There are clear disadvantages given the limitation on age. But I think it needs to be discussed. And once again, I go back to the SK reform. Kailangan talaga siyang balikan kasi maraming nadideprive At the same time, marami namang overstaying na kung tutuusin, wala na sila dyan. So, kailangan ayusin talaga ang sistema.
Anyway, Mr. President, dito tayo na meron the difference of opinion with the sponsor. Because as we look at the reforms, we are depriving some of the youth their chance to lead the SK. Yun po. Tapos sasabihin natin that that this happens, that's why we need to look at the reforms. So
paikot-ikot yung argumento Kaya actually, alam po ni President yan, si Senator JV, isa sa mga author niyan, alam niya yung problemang yan. Kaya kung meron kayong maisip na maganda, handang-handa kaming tanggapin pagkat hindi pa rin ma-solve yung issue ng SK age.
Sige po, ang akin na lang position, Mr. President, is the first step towards reforming SK and the barangay levels would be to show commitment to decisions already made.
Yeah.
If we have scheduled an election, tuloy natin. Because these people also plan their lives eh. Ang iba dun, tumakbo. Ang iba dun sa May 2018, alam nila, nung binasa na siguro yung batas, 2 years lang ng buhay ko, ibibigay ko.
Yung iba nag-postpone pa ng college.
Todo na.
Or mag-OFW. Marami ho nagpo-postpone.
From the SK at the barangay level. Yung iba ron sabi, todo ko to, maninilbihan ako sa barangay ko, 2 years. Tapos, na-extend. So anyway, pwede naman sila mag-resign, pwede naman bawal mag-resign. Pero ang gusto sabihin, you know, it's part of planning your life, lalo na dun sa level po ng ng kabataan. So that is my position. And then sa mga incumbents,
Ang
sa mga-
masuggest ko lang kasi noon, yung SK Federation ang siyang magre-reorganize. So kung member ka na ng federation, may chance ka pa rin maging chairman mid-year. So after 3 years, kung umalis na, nakapag-aral na, o kung ano ang nangyari, pwede siguro, wag nang mag-eleksyon, doon lang sa federation level, magkaroon ng re-election para sa SK chair within the members of the council or the federation, as the case may be. That was the compromise I could think of, so that we didn't embark on a midterm every 3-year election once again.
nalimutan ko na yung nalimutan ko tuloy
Sorry,
po yung aking final point. So, sa mga incumbents.
Yeah, sa mga
Anyway,
incumbent.
ang message siguro natin sa mga incumbents naman is, you know, payagan na natin matuloy ang halalan. Anyway, ulitin ko, if you perform well, this is a referendum on your tenure, in your 4.5-year tenure, na halos kalahati nitong tenure na ito ay balato na sa'yo kasi hindi mo naman alam na mag-4.5 ka nung tumakbo ka noong May 2018. Eh. So, be confident enough, you know, that you will, if you should you desire to get the mandate again of your constituents, you should be confident enough because of your performance. So, nothing to worry about. Same sa barangay and same din po sa SK, and then ang SK with the additional reason that you're giving new blood the chance to also show their leadership skills and talents, and then the chance to serve their SK community. So with that, Mr. President, siguro sa budget natin tignan yung ano, siguro last question na lang. If
Sabay tayo sa budget.
should Mr. President, should the 1.2 billion pesos 15% of 8 billion to be added to the COMELEC prove to be insufficient in holding the 2023 SK and barangay elections? But since that 1.2 billion will be most likely included in the 2023 GAA, what is our game plan? Should that prove to be insufficient? We will pass a supplemental budget for the COMELEC?
I think that is not warranted. We should stick to our budget po of 9.6 if it is so stated in the GAA. Like you said, it's
No,
Yes.
8 billion, ma'am, Mr. President, tapos na yun, di ba? That's in the 2022
2022
GAA.
GAA.
So in the 2023...
But it needs to be carried over, di ba? Kasi isusoli sa treasury yan. So we'll have to appropriate it once again as 9.6, so that will be the remainder minus 800,000. The balance remaining of the 8.4, and then whatever is required to total the 9.6.
So this is budget matters. I will just ask if that is...
But we will definitely commit to trying to make it as economical and reasonable as possible.
So the 8 billion already found in the 2022 GA must be budgeted again in the 2023. Hindi po ba hawak na ng COMELEC yan?
correction please, as a constitutional body, the 8 billion hindi na isusoli sa treasury. Tatago na lang nila.
Kaya Mr. President, mag-ingat po tayo to give them 9 billion kasi isusuma total na 17.
Nagdoble-doble. Bumalik na naman tayo sa 17.
You end up with 17.
Tama. Hindi. Tatago muna yung 8 plus na lang.
Plus, yes, around, let's say 15%, 1.2. And then, from what I'm hearing, that's it. That is it.
It has got to be
Yes,
it.
okay.
Huwag na tayong papayag.
So, thank you for the patience of the sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ma'am, for the time you've given me.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader, and we count on your insight and advice in the following months. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. I'll just wait for the majority. Session is suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to interpolate the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos.
The distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela is recognized, Senator Gatchalian, and to continue with their sponsorship, Senator Amy Marcos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is a classic case of deja vu. Because I'm 3 days away from exactly 3 years ago when I stood in the middle of the session hall interpolating Senator Amy Marcos on the same topic.
That's right.
Exactly the same topic.
That's
That
right.
was September 23, 2019.
Oh my goodness.
She was also defending the bill to postpone elections, and I stood and asked a few questions. So, Mr. President, because it's deja vu, I will ask exactly the same questions. Just for the record, Mr. President, and this is taking off from the good minority leader's questions earlier. I heard him talk about incumbency and referendum for incumbent officials, Mr. President. And let me start off, Mr. President, for constituents 3 years of a performing barangay captain is too short. But if you extend it 4 years, 4.5 years, for a kapitan who doesn't perform, who is abusive, who is not present in the barangay hall, that's a lifetime, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, my question is mechanisms for airing and also for kapitans who are not performing, those who are not diligent with their work. So my question with a good sponsor is what are the mechanisms to discipline kapitans who are not performing, kapitans who are abusive, kapitans who doesn't show to work? Talagang nangyayari ho yan, Mr. President, and even in our city, we have kapitans who are violators of the law. So what are the mechanisms for our constituents so that those who are listening right now will have an idea on where to go and what type of mechanisms they can tap into so that kapitans can be disciplined?
Yes, I think the DILG appears to have adequate grievance mechanisms in place for non-performing kapitans. In fact, during the COVID pandemic, the argument can be made that they were overused. And even performing and aggressive kapitans were actually prosecuted and arrested for very little cause.
So DILG will be a venue for our constituents to go to.
Yes, that's correct. They should be able to go to the DILG and file charges if they're merited. Of course, the DILG can suspend and remove kapitans as the case may be, as they have in the past.
Okay. Mr. President, what is the procedure for our constituents to follow when they go with the DILG route? What are the steps that what are the steps that they should follow in order to report to the DILG?
If I may, the first step is not in fact the DILG. I sort of jumped the gun. The first thing is to file a verified complaint against the barangay captain before the Sangguniang Bayan concerned, the Sangguniang Panlunsod, or in some cases when I was a governor, directly to the Sangguniang Panlalawigan.
So, Mr. President, if I understand it correct from the good sponsor, our constituents can file a complaint against a kapitan through the Sangguniang Panlunsod, Sangguniang Bayan, or Sangguniang Panlalawigan.
That's correct. That's my understanding. And it's stated in the law, and it's clear in the local government code that that is the route to go. Otherwise, you can go direct to the DILG and file the same complaint.
Okay. Mr. President, indeed, in the local government code, I think it's section 60, the grounds for disciplinary action is there, and as well as the procedures for our constituents to follow when they opt to file against a kapitan through the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, Sangguniang Bayan, Sangguniang Panlunsod level. Mr. President, I'd like to ask the good sponsor if she has the data right now. When we postponed the elections in 2018, does she have any report of how many kapitans were reported to their own sanggunians? How many kapitans were in fact suspended or removed because of possible violations of law or possible dereliction of duty?
Right now, I don't think we have the data on hand, and I've been asking the DILG just to prove the point for this postponement, if truth be told. I think like Senator Gatchalian, I merely have media reports.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Maybe we can, may I ask the good sponsor to request, maybe we can also ask the DILG to furnish us a copy. I know for a fact, Mr. President, I'm stating a fact that in Valenzuela, we actually suspended one kapitan for violating a law and also abuse of power. But this is just goes to show, I just want to prove the point that the mechanisms are functioning.
They're
no?
functioning. That's
So-
correct. I think we had a series of suspensions as well in Ilocos Norte,
Yes.
so I believe they work.
Correct. So our constituents need not fear that those capitans who are not performing or airing capitans will stay there, no, and abuse their power some more because we extended the election. In fact, there are mechanisms under local government code as practiced by in Ilocos and also in Valenzuela, and these mechanisms are functioning. No? And the DILG faithfully allows the local government to perform their functions to discipline barangay captains. But just to put on record, we would like to request from DILG that
Yes.
record so that we can insert that into the record and demonstrate again, no, to the public that these mechanisms are functioning.
I will certainly push for that because that's valuable information, and the minority leader evinced the same request and need for information.
Thank you, Mr. President. How about the Ombudsman, Mr. President? Is this a venue for airing capitans?
Yes, my understanding is the Ombudsman is another venue. In 2020, 89 punong barangays were actually suspended following charges filed with the Ombudsman.
This is from the years which Madam
They were
Sponsor.
placed on a 6-month preventive suspension. I'm reading from 2020. This involved the irregularities and anomalies involving the implementation of the first tranche of the SAP. The first batch of ayuda, nagkagulo, di ba? So, may 89 na punong barangay nationwide na sinuspend ng DILG through the Ombudsman. Ang nag-file si Secretary Anyo.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, kasi not minsan, but kadalasan kinakatakutan rin ng ating mga constituents na si Kapitan kakampi ni Mayor, no, or ni Governor. At kahit magfa-file ho sila sa sanggunian, baka walang mangyari. But I just want to also put on record, there's another venue, which is the Ombudsman.
That's
And
right.
In fact, as you mentioned, there were about 40 plus kapitans who were suspended because of misuse of the SAP, the Social Amelioration Program that was downloaded to the local government units. So the Ombudsman is another venue, and again, Mr. President, we would like to request the good sponsor to furnish this representation a copy of those cases that were filed and those kapitans that were suspended or even removed, no?
Oo, tama. Kasi
yeah.
hindi na natin nabalitaan eh. Nasa
Correct.
dyaryo lang eh. Tapos dumami na sila ng dumami pala.
Correct. Just again to demonstrate to our constituents that we have mechanisms that
Thank
they
you.
can
That's
run
correct.
to. How about the Office of the President, Mr. President? Is that another venue that our constituents can run to?
Yes, I believe so. Because I have personally received complaints 2016 as soon as President Duterte instituted the hotline, for example, to Malacanang. Any and all complaints were received by Malacanang at that juncture. I'm not certain what occurred since then, but I believe the hotlines were very valuable for airing citizens' complaints of any nature.
Okay, Mr. President, I just want to get more details on that so they can report to the hotlines. Anyone under the supervision of the President.
I'm not sure if the new administration maintains the hotlines, but I do recall in 2016 when they were very new, even prank complaints were being called in simply to see if the hotline was working.
But Mr. President, can our constituents, extreme, no? This is an extreme case, report directly to the Office of the President? And by law, can the Office of the President investigate, suspend airing capitans?
I'm not certain. I'm not aware of that happening. But I don't see why that wouldn't happen, particularly in the case of the DILG, who is, after all, the alter ego of the President.
So the President can instruct the DILG to investigate, and the DILG, does the DILG has the power to suspend the Kapitan, or does it have to go through the local government unit?
I recall that it was, at least in the case of a few mayors who were suspended during my time, it was still an action by the Sanggunian, but it was upheld by the OP. The Office of the President, the legal officer, upheld the suspension, and so it was implemented by the DILG in conjunction with the PNP.
Okay. All right.
I also would like to mention that in 1990, an administrative order was issued allowing the President to undertake investigations and even set up investigating groups from the PMS and the Presidential Legal Counsel whenever it was necessary.
And they can investigate barangay officials, all the way down to the barangay officials. Because what I understand from the local government code is the President has primary jurisdiction over mayors and governors. However, for barangay officials, it's the sanggunian, respective sanggunians, who have jurisdiction over them. No? So I just want to get clarification from the good sponsor if the hierarchy, if that is the hierarchy, no? That the local officials, no, through the sanggunian, has jurisdiction over the barangays and they can discipline the barangays.
I think that should be correct in both theory and practice. But as I mentioned, in 1990, President Aquino issued an administrative order explicitly stating that administrative complaints against even barangay captains and members of the Sangguniang Barangay could be filed at the Sanggunian and investigated by the Office of the President.
All right, thank you, Mr. President, for that
But I
clarification.
believe in that case, the action would still derive from the Sanggunian.
Sanggunian. So the best case for our constituents is to go through the Sanggunian.
That's correct.
And if they are not confident or convinced, they can go to the ombudsman
That's correct.
in
Yes,
that
po.
case. And the last case will be the Office of the President.
Yes.
Yes.
That's correct.
All
yes.
right, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I just want to spread into the records the mechanisms for our constituents to tap into in cases where we have kapitans who are not functioning. And nangyayari yan talaga. I'm sure the good sponsor who was a long-time governor of Ilocos Norte have experienced kapitans who are not cooperative or not functioning. And we should make sure that our constituents, our people, are clear about the mechanisms that they can employ, so that if this happens to their barangays, because barangay is very close to to our people's heart, they can actually tap into these mechanisms by law, and the mechanisms, as we demonstrated, are functioning. So once again, thank you very much to good sponsor. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much also to Senator Gatchalian for raising these very valuable points. After all, we will be doubling the term in case, doubling the stated term of the barangays, and the voters should be reassured that they have a grievance mechanism.
Well, Mr. President, this is the second time I asked the good sponsor about the postponement of the barangay. Exactly the same questions in 2019. Hopefully, this will be the last. But I thank the good sponsor for her very detailed answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully, wala nang deja vu.
Otherwise, I would have lied once again.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can relate, Mr. President. But I have the right to remain silent at this time. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1306 under Committee Report number 4. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the majority leader. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I move for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, are you in a hurry, Mr. President?
Not at
I'm
all,
just kidding,
sir.
Mr. President.
Not at all, sir.
With the permission of the body, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1290 as reported out under Committee Report number 2. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of amendments. I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
There's no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Period of amendments is opened.
Mr. President, considering that this is a substitute bill, I was informed that there are no committee amendments. I move to close the period of committee amendments and proceed to individual amendments. I so move, Mr.
No
President.
objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, our chairperson, Senator Pia Cayetano, and our distinguished minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, for individual amendments.
Mr. President, thank
Sorry,
you.
Mr. President. May I just, can we recognize, Mr. President, our distinguished sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano?
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, after the interpellation with the minority floor leader, we worked with his office, and with the permission of the minority floor leader, we accepted his amendments, subject to style, and we would like to present it now for the body to consider, and of course with the minority floor leaders with his permission. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, we are on, the amendment is on Section 6, which can be found on page 4. This is an entire section, so I will, if the said President can bear with me, I will make the amendments successively, and then I will read what the new section, I will read into the record what the new section reads. So on page 4, line 26, after the word traffic, delete the word loss and comma. And then on the same page 4, line 27, after the word shall, insert a comma and the phrase as far as applicable. And then on the same line 27 on to 28, delete the phrase laws, rules, and regulations and shall be subject to existing penalties for violation, and replace that with signals, signs and markers, road pavement markings, right-of-way, and other traffic rules and regulations. We submit, we submit that, Mr. President, but for
Maybe
clarity,
could
we
you
will
read?
read it.
Yes.
Yes, Your
Could you
Honor.
read it?
We will do that. So Section 6 reads as follows: traffic, rules, and regulations. All users of non-motorized vehicles and electric personal mobility devices shall, as far as applicable, obey traffic signals, signs and markers, road pavement markings, right-of-way, and other traffic rules and regulations. We submit, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still on Section 6, this is the next paragraph. It is line 30. Delete the word ordinances and replace with guidelines.
There being no objection to the amendment approved.
And then, Mr. President, if I may proceed with my own individual amendments. On page 6, line 6, insert a new Section 11 to read as follows. Section 11, reportorial requirement. The DOTR shall submit an annual report to Congress on the establishment and use of the Safe Pathways Network for purposes of policy formulation and determining funding requirements. The report shall include relevant data such as the number of users of active transport and electric personal mobility devices and mapping of the Safe Pathways Network in the country. To this end, LGUs shall submit to the DOTR the relevant information needed to formulate the report. We submit, Mr. President, with the request that we renumber the succeeding sections accordingly.
There being no objection to the motion, amendments approved.
Mr. President, we have no other, but I would like to respond and put on record a query of our majority floor leader regarding his concern that we ensure that in establishing this Safe Pathways Network, we keep in mind that places like churches and schools are safe zones where people are always walking. Many times there are elderlies, young children, and we'd like to assure the Majority Floor Leader that we have taken that into consideration in Section 5. Section 5 states, Institutional Facilities Pathways Priority. LGU shall coordinate with public and private institutions within their jurisdiction frequented by the public, such as, but not limited to, healthcare facilities and institutions, schools, churches, and government offices, to establish bicycle lanes, walkways, and slow streets that can connect and provide safe access for the employees, customers, and clients of such institutions, as well as the general public, and to encourage establishment of end-of-trip facilities with such institutions. So, Your Honor, we would like to emphasize that this provision states that the objective is to provide safe access to the general public. Would that be suitable to the Majority Floor Leader?
That's very clear, Mr. President, and we thank our distinguished sponsor for clarifying that, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is nothing more, Mr. President.
Mr. President, at this juncture, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
No objection to the motion of the Majority Leader. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 1290 as reported out under Committee Report number 2, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, it is now approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Suspend consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thank
and
you.
congratulations to our dear sponsor, Senator Cayetano. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the measure.
There's a motion, no objection. The motion to suspend is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 2 o'clock in the
Yes.
afternoon.
We're requesting if we can do it earlier, 2 o'clock, so that we can accommodate 2 privileged speeches tomorrow.
Move for 1 minute suspension, Mr.
Okay
President.
lang. Okay, 3 o'clock then. Yung ate mo. Yung grupo.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, September 21, 2022.
There being no objection, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, September 21, 2022. Have a good evening, everyone.